Well, good Thursday morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us here for Live Impact News on 13 News Now Plus. I had to get my days together there really quickly. My name's Eugene Daniel here in our streaming studio at 13 News Now. We have producer Sarah Calloway in the house with us and meteorologist Craig Moeller. We're going to start with this forecast today because everybody, if you have been in Hampton Roads, you know we were blessed with summer-like temperatures. What was it, in the 80s at some point? 88 degrees. Just what, yesterday?
Yesterday. Record high, 88. The day before that, 83. So two back-to-back records. We were getting used to summertime. Started thinking, do we put away our heavier clothes? Is it time? Do we change the wardrobe?
Listen, the reason why he's asking that is because we went from that beauty to... I don't even want to say it, really. Today, what we're expecting, a significant drop in the temperature, so much that we have a weather impact alert today, Craig. A little bit different than what we typically have these impact alerts for, though. Can you break this all down? How does this happen?
Normally, when we have weather impact alerts, we can issue them anytime there's going to be significantly impactful weather for our viewers. But you normally associate a weather impact alert with severe storms, the potential for severe storms. You think about tropical systems, maybe extreme heat or extreme cold or extreme winds, all these different things that can really have a huge impact. In this case, we are issuing it because there's going to be a drastic temperature shift within one day. We are going from temperatures yesterday, as I mentioned, 88, afternoon temperatures today, 38. We are talking
incredible
50-degree temperature change from day to day. Yeah, this is not an incremental change. This is massive. And it is interesting. We've got a front that's literally passing through right about now. Maybe in the next, say, 15 minutes or so, it's going to pass over the station and continue to sag southward as we go through 10:30, 11 o'clock. And then as it settles down to the south, the north winds start to pick up and the colder air moves in. We're also going to look for rain. So, again, with the need here for folks to be prepared to deal with the cold, that's what we're really hitting hard, okay? You could go out the door this morning. Temperatures were in the low to mid-70s. You could have been wearing shorts and a T-shirt. You'd have been fine. This afternoon, you'll need the heavy coat, maybe a hat, some gloves. It is going to be cold. You see the chances for rain there through the afternoon and into the evening. And, Eugene, it looks like it's going to be cold enough aloft to bring down some colder air and mix out some of the rain with some snow as well. Now, before we get too excited about that four-letter word, snow, keep in mind, again, the ground was absolutely cooked yesterday and the day before. So think about this. It's kind of like throwing a little pat of butter onto a hot skillet. What's it going to do? It's going to melt.
Yeah.
It's going to melt quickly. So most of what falls is going to come into the ground, contact with whatever, and melt. If we do get a few kind of pockets of snowbursts kind of mixing in with the rain, and it's a little bit heavier, there might be some minor accumulations, but they won't last long. Even air temperatures are going to be above freezing in the upper 30s. So let's take a look at what's out there right now. And as we do that, we'll switch over to the satellite radar images. And once again, Sarah, the magic of my television here, I am doing this through a laptop, which for whatever reason likes to lock up occasionally. I am going to pull up the radar. There you go. You can see the images. And you see where that wet weather is moving across the western and central portions of Virginia. And what we have now, again, the wet weather is approaching. We had a couple of thunderstorms, very isolated, but we did have a little bit of that activity out there to the west. So let's take that graphic full, Sarah. And I got to tell you again, I've lost access to the computer, so I'm having a hard time advancing it. I did want to show you, though, a couple of thunderstorms out there west of Richmond. And then coming into the area, we could have a few thunderstorms. There's a severe weather outlook basically from the Albemarle Sound south through South Carolina and Georgia into North Florida. Now, there's a tornado watch down over the southeast U.S. in the Georgia area. And as we go along, we are going to find the potential for even stronger storms down there. You see some of that stuff moving along. For our area, there could be a few isolated thunderstorms, but for the most part, we are looking at conditions that will be mainly wet It's going to get breezy. Winds could gust 25 to 30 miles per hour, and it's going to turn a lot colder. So that's what we're looking at. Again, not much accumulation, but keep in mind, this is the same storm system that absolutely pounded the Midwest. I know we had some aerials of some of the tornado damage from, I think it was around Kankakee in Illinois, the river there along the Illinois River. And looking at Madison, Illinois, there were some areas that were hit pretty hard. It looks like they've kind of gone high and wide on the shot again. But we do have that out there. And again, this was an area that was really hit hard. The same storm system now working east has modified as it crossed the mountains a little bit. Now we're looking at the sharp temperature drop and then clearing overnight tonight and into tomorrow.
You know, Craig, I have to, as we're looking at these images, you mentioned that they are doing the overdrop. And once they get back to it, you can see some of the devastation that's there in Illinois, Kankakee. For those who are not familiar, that's south of Chicago, but still a little bit beyond the center of Illinois. If you're not familiar with that area. And so I want to get back to the conversation we were having about our forecast here first real quick, if you just want to pull the two of us up here, Sarah, while he's trying to get that up. But when we see a drop like this, I can't remember the last time we've had a drop this significant to where we had literally from the 80s to the possibility of the 30s. And I think there are probably people who are listening and watching thinking, yeah, like, what's up with that? Like, how can we go from such a high to such a low in just a matter of hours?
So it's two air masses. And, it's funny. I had put in a social post earlier this morning, you got to love Hampton Roads. And there was somebody, I think, that had a little bit of weather training in the military that had commented, said, well, it's just a cold front coming through. And again, you're right. But you know what? We get cold fronts all the time. And you don't get 40-degree temperature drops or 35-degree temperature drops commonly with cold fronts. It does happen. I mean, we've got more extreme examples. But this is a significant deal, especially given that it was 88 yesterday. To go from 88, record warmth, to potential snowflakes flying the next day, that's a pretty dramatic drop. So that's why, we're having it being a little conversational, saying, hey, you got to love Hampton Roads. Just wait, the weather will change. But this front has brought about some dramatic changes out to the west as well. Is it, very uncommon? It's pretty uncommon that we would have something this, extreme. But it's not unprecedented. I mean, there have been these types of shifts before.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it does really take you, I won't say by surprise. That's not the term I want to use because we've known this was coming because of you guys. But it's definitely one of those, it's a shocker and it's a talker. I was talking to one of my neighbors yesterday, and this is what came up. He was talking about, at first, people have been experiencing higher electricity bills, when it comes to it. For a while, it was keeping the heat on, and now you finally got a moment where you can turn it off, and now it's boom. Back to a day where you're going to have to switch from AC yesterday to heat. You got to fire up the heat today.
Sarah, can you
such a difference.
I'm sorry, Eugene. Can you
Go
take
ahead.
Max 2? Do you have access to that, or can that happen? Because I do have access to Max 2. I'm not sure why we lost communication there with Max 1, but we've got the 7-day forecast up on Max 2. If you want to take that, you can see how the temperatures do drop significantly for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're looking at sunshine. Highs tomorrow will be in the upper 50s. That's normal. So the temperatures that we had the past couple of days have been freakishly warm. It's going to get close to average tomorrow. We're a little bit above average on Saturday and then warmer on Sunday. Some more rain late Sunday into Monday. And another front comes through, dropping us from 70 back into the upper 40s on Tuesday. So St. Patrick's Day will be cooler, and it stays cooler into Wednesday. It'll warm up after that. So again, this is the time of year where you do get these air masses. You get some Canadian air, some Arctic air coming in, and you find the conditions changing. This is actually Hunter's manipulating Max 2 right now. He's kind of shuttling through a little bit as he's working on his stuff for the noon show. But I did want to show you at least the outputs there. You can see some of the wet weather, and there's a new tornado warning just to the north of Columbus. In fact, Eugene, if you want to talk to folks for just a second, I'm going to go let Hunter know that we're taking a look at Max 2 real quick.
Go ahead.
I'll be right back.
And I'll do a quick update. Let's pull up, let's see if this is still in, no, this is now in Indiana. If we can pull up News 1, Channel 1. You heard Craig there speak about Kankakee, Illinois. It was one of the areas that was hit pretty hard by a tornado over the last few days there. The National Weather Service tracking that it was a EF2 tornado that hit there in Kankakee. Again, I gave you kind of the area where it's located. A lot of buildings were destroyed and leveled in that area, but right now what you're looking at is a section of Indiana. Now in Indiana, we do have confirmed deaths as a result of tornadoes there. 2 people at least died in the northwest portion of the state. And just reading some of the information here that we have from the Associated Press at this point, we know that an 89-year-old and 84-year-old couple, husband and wife, they died when they were hit by a tornado, hit their home, in the northwest portion of Indiana. In fact, this community here in Lake Village is where they lived, and you can see the devastation there. These homes that have been significantly damaged. It appears that the couple lived in this community. We're learning just a little bit about them. Ed and Arlene Kozlowski, those are the 2 people who died there. Again, that's the confirmed deaths that we have at this moment. That couple leaving behind 4 children, 7 grandchildren, and then also great-grandchildren. And you can just see, again, we were talking about this earlier in the week, even into last week, looking at, the severe weather threat. As we know we're in that season, Craig, we were looking at this region particularly for the possibility of tornadoes and outbreaks of tornadoes earlier this week. And we see that took place. And you can see there that they're working, I imagine, on the power lines in that area. Who knows if they're trying to restore or maybe get things changed so that they can go in there and start repairing safely within the community that's just down the way. And Craig, I'll tell you, man, we said that I have people who live in that region of Peoria, Illinois, which is probably about if I'm ballparking, an hour or so, hour and a half, maybe under 2 from Kankakee. And I texted them during our show, and they run a church there in the area. And I will tell you, as a product of this conversation that you and I had and the forecasting, they asked, hey, Tuesday night, should we cancel all of our services as a precaution? And they did. They went ahead and canceled it. They said, listen, we would rather have our people in a safe position rather than them being out trying to come in to the church and whatever that may be. So they canceled all the things for this week. So people were really adhering. That's, again, talking about the 4 warnings that you can get when you're tuned in, when you're plugged in with your meteorologist locally, et cetera, here on our stream. And you hope, even though this was deadly, you hope and just think, man, how many other lives were saved by those people being able to heed to the warnings?
Yeah, I if we can do this, Sarah, take Max 2, and I'm going to show you. I can now shuttle through, and it took us a while to get the connection reestablished, but it's up. Let me show you how the tornadoes developed Tuesday. You're looking there south of Chicago, and again, I can zoom in just a little bit more, I think. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So you can see some of these areas around Peoria. There's Kankakee, okay? And what I'm going to do, just moved up on me. Hang on one second. Okay, so there we go, okay? Watch the development here as I shuttle this through. This is in the afternoon, Tuesday, just before 5 o'clock. As we go forward, 6 o'clock. There you go. Look at that cell right there blowing up right around Kankakee, and then that moves through. Look at that. Oh, man. Okay. Now I'm geeking out a little bit as a meteorologist. You take a look. Watch this. Okay, there's this area. Okay, you look at the southwest side of this. Eugene, watch this cell. Okay, as it moves along. Okay, look at that. Look at that curl right there. I mean, when you look for a hook echo, okay, a dangerous storm, you're looking at this right here. Do you guys see that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Look at that hook. I mean, That's a tremendous signature. And then you take a look at, again, the aerials, and you see all the cars there in response. It's corresponding. A cell like that hitting 7:30, and that's Eastern, so it was 6:30 their time. You see the damage that it does. When the Weather Service goes out and they try to estimate how powerful it was, they look at the debris. They take a look at signs. Well, they look at for a number of things. Is there a clear path? Is there a starting point, an ending point? Are there sharp edges, or does it kind of fan out? If it fans out gradually, sometimes you can get some microburst winds that kind of rush out in different directions. In this case, you also look for signs of excessive force. And then you look at the damage to structures on the EF scale, and that is what, again, rates these different tornadoes. And then, that's for questionable damage. In this case, when you've got this type of a radar signature following up with that type of damage, there's no question. And there were witnesses to it. So there you go. You can see this area here. It looks like it develops. Right there is where it starts to get suspicious there around Salina, just south there, and then it really ramps up, moving over Kankakee, just there to the south, moving along. You can see some of the communities there as it rolls along, and then right about there, it starts to lift. So you're looking at a long track tornado there. Let me just put the measure.
And earlier I said EF2. What I meant to say EF3. It was an EF3 that hit there in Kankakee, in that area, which again, that's the aerial that you're currently, I believe. Are we in Lake Village or is Kankakee?
This is Lake Village. The aerials are from Lake Village in Indiana, but I do believe that the tornado that hit Kankakee is the one that also it traveled into Indiana.
So yeah, we're looking at this one right now. Just with that signature, I'm spanning about 44 miles. It's what we call a long track tornado. And I haven't looked at the official report. It might be shorter than that. It might have been 20 miles. It might have been up here, down there. But I'm saying, looking at the signature and the radar, you had a long stretch there where it continued to go on. I can zoom in to this area here, and let me get back over and show you this area. What was the name of the community you were looking at right there?
It's Lake Village, Indiana.
Okay, so here's Lake Village. This is the same cell. I mean, it's same thing. So there you go. So this is a cell right there. You see Lake Village on the map, and there it is as it moved across. Same tornado that hit Kankakee. Right there over Lake
Came
Village.
straight through.
Yeah, that's it. All right, so that's a look at that cell, and then there were other cells as well as we continued later in that evening. That's 7:30 Central Time, and then it continues to move along. You can see the eruption of additional cells through that area, and then more rain later in the night. So what a tough situation, but that cell right there, that was the one that is responsible for all the video and the aerials that you're looking at live right now on Live Impact News.
Craig, I want to ask you one quick thing there, because I had heard before you mentioned the hook that you're looking for. But could you, I don't know if you said it in there. I know that's the signature that you look for. Meteorologists look for.
It's one of them, yeah.
It's one of them. But why particularly that? What does that mean in terms of the formation of a tornado?
So when you're looking at this, when you're looking at, these cells that are moving along, I mean, this is so classic. Southwest side of this cell, you've got a supercell there that's moving along. And what's happening is you're getting some indication here by the radar. You're looking at rain that is getting wrapped around. Now, this is, and I'll be completely honest with you, this is a radar mosaic, and I'm going back 48 hours. We're doing this on the fly. In real time, I would not only be looking at the reflectivity. What we call reflectivity is just a radar going out, and it's bouncing off rain droplets or debris or whatever, and it comes reflected back to the radar side. So we call this general reflectivity. It's where it's raining or where you have precip. So I'm looking at this and go, oh, okay, it's starting to notch. We're starting to see this little bit kind of wrapping back around on the backside right in here. Okay, it's kind of interesting. If this was in real time, I would have the full array of different products to look at. Inbound winds, outbound winds. I'd be looking at what we call a correlation coefficient, where we're looking at varying sizes of debris. When raindrops fall, they're all, usually pretty similar in size. There's little variations, but you'll have, a significant amount of targets that are all similar size. When a tornado hits a barn, there's got to be giant shingles and boards and planks and little pieces of straw and hay and all these different shapes and sizes. When you have a wide range in this coefficient, this thing that we look at, it's what we look at, we call it a debris signature. So there would be other things verifying that, wow, this thing is not only, this is indicating, there's rain wrapping around, there's a circulation in the atmosphere. But once we look at some of these other products, which I don't have the ability to show you right now on the fly, but you would see some other things like the winds kind of rotating around in the direction. Right there, that is just so classic. So what's going on now with this cell here at 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern? Let me pick up my pointer again so you can see it. Yeah, I think I still have it. This area right in here, again, that rain is wrapping all the way around. So you're starting to get like that full classic hook. And again, you would have inbound and outbound winds right next to each other because they're spinning so closely in opposite directions. There'd be a number of things saying we have a tornado, and that's a significant one. An EF3, is nothing to sneeze at. Obviously, I mean it's a very powerful tornado.
I do know. So I've been looking at the aerials. And when the National Weather Service comes down and they start surveying the damage, don't they look at how the trees look as well?
Yeah.
I've seen some of the trees, they're totally flattened.
So what's interesting, when you have a bunch of trees that all lay down in the same direction, again, that's an indication of a straight line wind event. When you have trees strewn in different directions, that's an indication of tornadoes. And in this case, you might be seeing some trees that go, well, they kind of look like they're going the same place. But this is such a large circulation.
Let's see if we can take that full.
Again, I'll show you this here. You can see across that. I mean, you're looking at a circulation that is, aloft, it's a few miles in diameter, okay? At the surface, it's probably narrower, but it might be a mile or two, wide. I don't know, again, what the specifics are on this particular tornado. Sometimes they can be just 100 yards, like a football field or something like that. You think back to our Great Neck tornado here in Virginia Beach. It was a much smaller circulation than what you're looking at here. But in this case, it's a large tornado, powerful tornado, and it obviously did a tremendous amount of damage. They also looked for weird things like the tops of these trees, some of them near some of the homes, were pretty much sawed off. The wind's a little bit stronger. Sometimes trees are uprooted and pushed over. Sometimes they're literally cut off. Then you look for weird things like you could find a piece of straw or a small stick driven into the side of a house. And it's like, what kind of winds does it take to do that? There are certain really bizarre things that you can see that also indicate, excessive winds. And then some areas are hit really hard, and you can find areas right next to it if the tornado is skipping up and moving along that are completely untouched or, for whatever reason, were wind protected. I went out and did a survey on a tornado that hit the Middle Peninsula. This was 15, 20 years ago. And I was up there, and I went up by helicopter. We landed, and we were taking a look up there. Yeah, you just raised an eyebrow. That's how long ago this was when the station, we were still flying around in helicopters. But I went up there, and as we were surveying the damage there was the home had tree limbs through it, and there was all this damage to the house. The yard was torn up, but there was a glass that had been undisturbed on the back patio on a table that also was a light table that hadn't been thrown around. And it was with all the violence and all the crazy winds, because it was tornadic and swirling around, that particular little part of their patio was protected enough that you didn't knock over a glass on a table. I mean, it's just crazy stuff like that.
And as we take a look here, you can, we were talking about the trees and the direction in which they fall as well. And it does appear, at least, again, quick glance here, the trees that we're seeing that are laying down are, for the most part, kind of laying down the same direction. Hard
Yeah,
to see
but
now
again,
that we're there,
I'll
but we
stress
don't know.
That may just be part of the tornado.
I mean,
if
this
you've got winds
went for
on,
miles.
and yeah, you've got a vortex that's say 1.5 miles wide. You're looking at maybe a couple 100 yards that are on the east side of the tornado
Right.
that are going to lay down the trees on that side. Whereas if you were to go over and check out the other side of the path, maybe they're laying in the opposite direction. So don't get hung up on that. This is very clearly tornadic damage across this region.
Well, certainly, our thoughts go to all the people impacted there, because that's the other thing, right? Whenever you have these tornadoes, they can happen in an instant, but then the rebuild takes time, right? And so now you're thinking about all of that, what's it going to take? And Kankakee's not large, right? So it's, you just think about the resources that people may have. You could tell just from the landscape there, farming. It is a farming community. A lot of the communities there in that region of Illinois, they are families and groups of farmers, some kind of way connected to agriculture. So you imagine maybe some of their crops could be impacted, their fields, their line of work, who knows.
Absolutely.
At this standpoint. So definitely we're thinking about them as they now start the rebuild process.
You think about the blessing of it being a sparsely populated area. If this hits an urban area or a densely populated area, then you start looking at injuries, casualties, and deaths that can just skyrocket. Look at that building right there, that structure again. And I don't know if that is a movable structure or not, if that's part of a mobile home. It may be a double wide, or it may be a situation where they've got a couple of trailers built up on some kind of a platform, but still the entire roof ripped off that structure. Some of the more sturdy, heavier built structures seem to fare better, but a lot of damage. It just really gives you a feel for how extensive that is. I do want to show you, if we can, take the, let's go back to Max 2, because right now they are looking at much better weather for right now. And this is an important time for the folks here in Illinois, Indiana, obviously, but Illinois, and even back across Missouri, where they suffered some wind damage as well. This whole area has to take this opportunity to clean up, because as we get additional storm systems moving through, you see all of the homes where the roofs are exposed. And I can tell you, just to give you a sense of the impact, I was in St. Louis at KSDK, and I covered a long track tornado down through Perry County in the southeast part of Missouri. It went across southern Illinois. So it started in Missouri, went across Illinois, and into Indiana, the same tornado. That was a monster. Okay?
Oh, my gosh.
A big one. But what was interesting, and I bring this up, you see that debris. We were reconnecting through KSDK, our TV station there. There were stories. We were reconnecting people with items from their homes, personal items.
That looks like a grocery store right there.
There were wedding pictures that were found a state away, that were picked up, carried by the tornadoes, and thrown. And people would say, "Hey, I found this out in my pasture. Do you know who this belongs to?" And we were getting pictures of grandparents and things. So these are lives, and it's really incredible. You look at this stuff, you go, "Wow, look at that." But when you think about their personal effects, their personal belongings being thrown everywhere.
Yeah. 2013, I covered a significant tornado in Washington, Illinois, and major damage for that community. And I remember interviewing this woman that day. They were just starting the cleanup process and the recovery process, right, where your home is completely leveled. It's gone. A trailer actually landed on her home. So thank goodness she was not actually there, right? And in the course of the story, we just have her mic'd up. Her friend comes over and says, "I found something." It was her wedding ring.
Oh my goodness!
She
How does that
had been
happen?
She had been married for I think 50-something years, or her husband had passed, and that moment we captured on camera. It was the biggest find for her all day.
Yeah.
The
What
home
else
was
would
gone.
happen? Yeah.
All of that kind of stuff. Is leveled. The memories she's had, but the fact that she was able to find her wedding ring. It's those moments you're like, okay, it puts everything into perspective. And obviously in this case, we do have reports of two people who died, two elderly people who died. And your heart is crushed by that. But you do think about, for all the people who are now rebuilding their lives. In a lot of ways, it's going to be the simple things. It's going to be the simple finds that really give that hope beyond today. So, yeah.
I do want to just, again, come back to our local region because we just got a brand new thunderstorm watch down to our south.
Okay.
So, again, you think about, your heart goes out to the folks back there in the Midwest, and we have to talk about the same frontal boundary, the same storm system coming through our area. There are some thunderstorms off to the north. We've seen a little bit of lightning with some of these cells, and I'll turn on our lightning detection in a moment. But here's a look at this brand new watch. It was issued, and it's really south of the 13 News Now viewing area, but it does include the southern part of mainland Dare and part of Terrell County in North Carolina down through Ocracoke. So this just issued, and let's go ahead and put up the time on this. Let me see if I can get that pulled up for you. That's going to run until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Now, the threats down there, not so much tornadoes. Farther to the south and southwest, down across South Carolina, Georgia, there's where we've had our tornado watch and the greater threat for tornadoes there. This is going to be primarily strong winds. I was looking, it's not even really hail. That's a big concern. Not that there can't be hail with some of these, but the primary concern will be gusty winds. So I wanted to make sure everybody saw that. Just down to the south of the Albemarle Sound now, there's a new watch until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Farther to the south, again, more storms. Let me turn on our lightning detection here across our area. Excuse me, I'm sorry, guys. See a heavier cell there up around Williamsburg. I don't think we're seeing much lightning right now. Let's go ahead and see if we can get, there we go. Okay, we are getting a little bit more now, so that's an indication that cell pretty healthy off to the north. Saluda, you're hearing thunder up there north of Williamsburg. You might be seeing some flashes of lightning, but that's areas up around the Middle Peninsula, Gloucester, Matthews. You may be seeing some just off to your west and to your northwest. As we come farther south, again, Hampton Road's still in good shape, and most of northeast North Carolina not seeing lightning yet. As we go back to our live radar sweep, you can see some of that more intense rainfall. The big news is that the weather is going to turn colder. I mentioned, in the event of, a tornado or whatever, we have different things that we can look at. Like we can take a look at excessive wind shear. We can take a look at the winds inbound and outbound. As we take a look, there are no warnings right now. We'll go ahead and pop up wind shear. We're not seeing any of that. Taking a look at the velocity profile. Again, nothing that's crazy, nothing that's too out of the ordinary here. We're not looking at circulation. So that's all good. But we do have this heavier activity that is starting to show up around Holly Forks and areas just off to the north there. You can see West Point back over now, approaching Plainview, Sign Pine. You're right on the edge. Lightfoot just had that heavy cell move over. So travel on 64 right now between Williamsburg and Richmond compromised with that heavier rain. So that's what's going on right there. Let's get into our future cast. I know you guys are interested to see what happens next. You've heard that four-letter word, snow in the forecast.
I tried to ignore it.
I know. Keep trying, buddy. All right, we'll take a look here at, I can't point on that. Oh, no, I can. No, I can't. All right. Right here across the central part of the map where you see the winds coming together, that's where we have, here we go. I got my pointer again. This is our frontal boundary right here. You see where the winds converge?
Mm-hmm.
You've got winds south of this line here coming up from the southwest, and then the winds north of that are coming in from the north. Watch what happens. That line moves farther to the south, and precipitation builds. Rain initially, temperatures tumbling through the 40s, and then you see those mid to upper 30s back around Wakefield and Richmond and West Point. Chances for some wet snowflakes to mix in. By 4 o'clock, Norfolk should be around 38, 39 at Franklin and Newport News. By 5:45, 6 o'clock, pretty much pulling away. So we're talking maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours where we could see some wet snowflakes in the mix. Again, most of that will be melting on contact if you do see the snowflakes. Some of you will see mainly rain, but there could be some snowflakes. And if there's enough that come down, it could be just enough to maybe produce some minor coatings here and there. But again, temperatures above freezing, so eventually it will melt. Skies are going to clear, and then tomorrow we start off mid to upper 30s near the coast, a little bit cooler inland, but the skies have been clearing out overnight. The wind shift does hiccup some of the communication stuff but we still have the ability to talk about it.
I'm going to turn on the monitors so while you're talking.
All right. See if they come back up. We'll do that. Again, hopefully folks have it. And it's funny. I lost the jump over to the weather computer, but the weather computer's still working. You see the actual winds with that forecast through the day tomorrow coming up from the south. We showed you a little bit earlier the outlook for the weekend. By Saturday, we're back up into the low 60s, upper 60s on Sunday, and then warmer on Monday, 70 with more rain, and then the next push of colder air coming in as we get into next Tuesday and Wednesday. So I'm going to try to see if we can get this thing to come back up. It's our VNC has gone down, but the weather computer is still
it's still going.
And that's the main thing. If I was in the other studio, we just keep soldiering on and keep you informed. So that's how things are looking right now. Again, nothing severe for our area right now, but we do have some heavier cells. The rain's going to overtake it, and those temperatures will continue to tumble. So be prepared for that.
All right, Craig, man, thank you. This is a great breakdown, and you answered some questions that I've had too about tornadoes and how you guys are able to track and what you're looking for that I had not had answered before. So we appreciate that for sure.
There's a little bit of passion in this.
Oh, no, none at all.
I'm like, we have a format where we can talk about
some
this
may
stuff.
say
I love it.
Your work is an ode to science.
Eugene was expressing great adoration. I believe
For science.
Sending a little love to science. So that's good stuff.
I love
it. Our whole weather team so passionate, happy to talk. And again, for Live Impact News, what an opportunity to share. Hopefully you enjoyed hearing a little bit more as we broke down what happened there in Illinois.
For sure. All right, Craig, thank you. I think this is a good time to go ahead and break while we try to figure out some things on the on our end here. But we'll be right back with more here on Live Impact News. Welcome back here to Live Impact News. For those of us who have been following, you know that we took a power hit not too long ago. We're still able to be on air, which is great. But there are some things that are happening outside of our building that may be impacting that. We're not quite sure. So just in case it happens again, you are aware. Right now, though, we're going to take you to South Carolina, where Representative Jim Clyburn is making his announcement that he will not be retiring, but he is running for re-election. That is him right there. Again, this is in Columbia, South Carolina. He has represented that particular district for decades. So let's go ahead and listen to him to hear why he is choosing at the age of 85 years old to keep going in D.C.
Without works is dead. And so I have faith in this great country of ours. I maintain hope for the future of this country. But as you know, hope, faith, are defined for us the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things unseen. And so those of us who serve in public life, it is incumbent upon us to use the resources that are there, use the policies and develop the policies that are necessary to move an agenda forward so that not just this country will succeed, but all of its citizenry will benefit from that success. And so today, I'm going to answer a question that is always asked. What is there unfinished, or what more you need to do? Well, it's in the preamble of our Constitution. We exist in pursuit of a more perfect union. There's nobody here today who thinks that this country is perfect. It is not a perfect country. But I don't think there's anybody today who believes that we should give up on that pursuit of perfection. And I'm here today to say, I do believe that I'm very well equipped and healthy enough to move into the next term, trying to do the things that are necessary to continue that pursuit of perfection. And so I will run a very vigorous campaign, one about as vigorous as my last week has been. I left here on Saturday night, and I flew to Selma, Alabama. Well, we flew to Montgomery and went by car over to Selma to take part in the annual celebration of that great 1965 walk across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Went to church services, breakfast, prayer breakfast, spoke at both events, spent some time with Bishop McAllister, who is a native of Florence, South Carolina. And then I went off to Chicago. And there I participated in 3 book events on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Spoke to 2 high schools, Leo High School in Chicago and Evanston Township High School, the biggest high school in the country, 3,600 students. And sat down with student leaders at both schools and got back here last night trying to run away from a tornado, and it seemed as if I ran into one. But before I left on Saturday to take that trek, I played 18 holes of golf before leaving. And so my health has been good. I know that in a few months, I'm going to celebrate the 47th anniversary of my 39th birthday. Adds up to 86 years. But if I were not up to it, I would not do it. But in response, I do some extensive surveying, some intense consultations with my 3 daughters. They finally got to a unanimous opinion that I should be here today and make this announcement. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Congressman, if you're elected to this next term and Democrats take the House majority in the midterms, can you speak a little bit about what kind of opportunity that would offer you to mentor a possible Speaker Jeffries?
Well, I had a long talk with Speaker Jeffries on yesterday morning before I left Chicago, before I left my motel room to go to the student body. I spoke with him. In fact, I was at the school when I talked to him. And he was among those who asked me to stay. He did not know or had not been informed of what my decision was going to be. And he expressed an interest in my being a part of his leadership if we were to take the House back. It made me feel necessary. And so I do feel that the kind of leadership that I've demonstrated, just in the most recent, I'm the ranking member on the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee. And if we were to take the House back, I will be the chair of that subcommittee. And I don't know of anybody here who does not feel that chairing the committee in charge of transportation, the committee in charge of housing and urban development would not be an important thing to do. I was just about to say, and I'll conclude with this. If you were look, my staff has put out this list of the investments that we were able to get in this year's appropriation bill as the ranking member, $227 million. That ain't something.
South Carolina's gas average has jumped more than $0.50 since the war with Iran. What specific actions do you believe the administration needs to take right now to lower costs for families?
Well, I'm not in the business of advising this administration on anything. And I'm not sure that this administration is capable of accepting any kinds of recommendations. So I won't recommend anything to them. I would recommend to the voting public that elections have consequences. And we had an opportunity last election to course correct. And we will get another opportunity in this upcoming election to course correct. And my advice would be to consider where we are as a country, consider where we are as a people. I don't want to be too preachy here, and then Bishop, I'm not looking for an assignment. But I often think about Alexis de Tocqueville's notion about what makes this country great. De Tocqueville, it is said, came to this country to study our penal system. And while here, it is said that de Tocqueville saw something magical about this country. And he sought to find the source of that magic. And all around the country, looking for the magic. They said that he went onto the campuses of our colleges and universities looking for the magic, and he couldn't find it. He then went into the halls of our legislatures, state and local, as well as the Congress, looking for the magic, and they couldn't find it. De Tocqueville said that it was not until he went into our places of worship that he found what made this country great. And he came to the conclusion that America is great because its people are good. And if the people of America ever cease to be good, America will cease to be great. I feel that strongly. And what I would recommend to this administration is develop policies and procedures that will demonstrate the goodness of the American people. And I think that this administration will allow that to be the foundation upon which to build. Their policies and their procedures will be much, much different from what they are today. Now, whether or not they had the capacity for goodness, I don't know. But I do believe that capacity rests in the American people.
Can you expound a little more on how you would course correct were elected in the conflict in Iran?
When it comes to conflict in Iran, we do not run the House of Democrats do not run the House of Representatives. And the Congress makes declarations of war. We do not hold the presidency. This president is ignoring the constitutional mandates when it comes to war. And he is declaring war under another name. And I don't care if somebody tells you they can do something about that, they're just lying to you. And so don't need me to stand here and tell you, I'm going to do this to correct what's going on in Iran. I'm not, I can't. I'm going to do everything that is in my power to articulate alternatives. And the first thing I would say to this president, come to the Congress, lay your proposals before the House of Representatives, and let us have legitimate debate on behalf of the American people, vote in the Congress, and you adhere to the willingness as expressed by the people who represent the American people. That's the first thing that the president needs to do, bring his proposals to the House of Representatives and have it debated on behalf of the American people. That's what I would do if I were in his place.
While during Speaker Jeffries, he encouraged you to stay. You obviously put a lot of thought into this. You had a conversation with your daughters. You said you surveyed everything. Can you go into more detail about your decision to run for re-election and just how important it is to you? You talked about the schools and making change when people see.
Well, I'm a human being, and as all human beings, you tend to pay attention to what is written, to what is said, and you'll be less than human not to be impacted by all of this. And so all of the clamor about the change in leadership, of course, I stepped down from leadership positions. As many of you know, I was in Congress. I had not been even sworn into Congress before I was elected to a leadership position. I became president of my freshman class. It was the largest freshman class since World War II. I chaired the second session of the 103rd Congress. I have been chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, chair of the entire Democratic Caucus, majority whip of the House of Representatives, and assistant Democratic leader. I've gone through all of those. Those are positions that were awarded me by the Congress.
Okay, you just heard there from Congressman James Clyburn. He is going to run for re-election at the age of 85. He turns 86 in July. There were speculation that he was going to be announcing his retirement today once the number 3 House Democrat in Congress. He is not going to be retiring. Speaking there to his health and his ability, he is going to run for re-election. We need to switch gears right now. The breaking news that we are learning from Norfolk. This is happening at Old Dominion University. We have learned that there is a current active threat that has been reported at Constant Hall. That is home to the College of Business there at Old Dominion University. According to ODU Alerts, which sends this out to the community there of Old Dominion University, as students, faculty, staff, that this threat was reported, this message coming in around 10:48 this morning, and instructing people there on campus and in the community to follow the run, hide, fight protocols. With emergency personnel responding, they're asking people to avoid this particular area. If you're not familiar with run, hide, fight, that instructs people to run away from the threat. Hide if you are in a situation where you think you cannot run, and then fight in a situation in which you feel as though you need to fight for your life there. They are telling people to follow those protocols right now, again, with this active threat that has been reported at the Constant Hall College of Business being housed inside that facility. We pulled up a map here of Old Dominion, its campus there, and you can see, if you can zoom in there, Sarah, it is right around here, I do believe, should be Constant Hall. If we are able to make that graphic fuller with the letters bigger, then I could help you with that. That is Constant Hall right there, yes, in the yellow. If you're coming up from Hampton Boulevard, it is the left turn there on, I do believe that is 49th Street, and it is the second or so building there to the left. For those who aren't familiar and have not been inside of that particular building, it houses lecture halls. There are at least about a dozen and a half classrooms that are there as well. So we are not getting a lot of information at the moment. We have crews that are heading that way. One thing that is off the top of my mind right now, I'm going to check to see if what the status is for these particular students right now. I know it's spring break season, and we know that Norfolk State University, for instance, is on spring break right now. I'm not quite sure what the status is of Old Dominion at the moment, but let me check really quickly to see. But if you are in that area, again, ODU Alerts has sent out to the community there to avoid Constant Hall, saying there is an active threat that has been reported in that area. And I want to continue to say it's been reported. We don't have the confirmation on our end that it has been spotted or what that threat is. We don't know. We do not know. All we know is that people are being asked to avoid, to run away, hide, or shelter, or if you come into contact with the threat, to be prepared in that case. Let me see if we can find the schedule just on our end to know, for those who are not on campus or familiar with campus, if they are currently in some kind of spring break. Again, we have crews that are heading to that area as soon as they get there and they load up. And as soon as we get more information, here we go. Yes, on the website, they just updated this. Sarah, if we can maybe pull up ODU's website on Scan PC. Right there at the top, they have right now saying ODU urgent alert, active threat reported at Constant Hall, what we have been reporting to you for the last few minutes or so, with the instructions of the protocols, telling people that emergency personnel are responding, and they are telling people to avoid that particular area. Again, I just showed you where Constant Hall is. There off of Hampton Boulevard, and I do believe if you were to turn left onto 49th Street, it's one of the first or two buildings there that will be on your left-hand side. That particular area is where they're asking people to avoid. But I was looking up to see, there you can see it for yourself there, that alert. Let me see if they are currently on any kind of break, anything that we can get information on to get a gauge of what their current calendar is. This would be the spring, so let me see at this moment. Here we go. One second here. Again, if you are just now joining us right now, we're in breaking news at the moment, just coming to you as we get information. An active threat has been reported at Old Dominion University. We do not have confirmation at this time that a threat has been actually seen from authorities, at least I should say. We don't have any kind of confirmation at this point on what that threat is. We just know that there is an active threat that's been reported. They're asking people to stay away. They're asking people to find shelter and to be on alert there in the area of Constant Hall, again, that houses the College of Business at Old Dominion University in Norfolk. Okay, let me see. I cannot quite find to see it's whether or not they are in spring break or they've already had spring break. I've been trying to find that. I don't want to belabor too much time in this particular moment, but if I can find that, that'll give me a gauge for just how many students may be on campus right now, Sarah. But let me see here. There we go. Let me see. So again, if we can, we have that there. Let's pull back that map. Pull that map back up here so people can see the area that we are talking about in particular. Zoom out a little bit at this point. Hold on one second, everybody, as we're, okay, pull out a little bit there. So you can see as you're coming up. You can see as you're coming up there, it'll be on Hampton Boulevard is that main strip, and then you're turning that left. This area there, you can see Constant Hall. Right there, that is the area in which we're asking people to currently avoid, all right? This particular area of 49th Street there, this is right on the campus of Old Dominion University. Not far there, you can see across the street is the stadium where the football team plays is right there, SB Ballard Stadium. I do believe they have the garage that's right there. The parking garage is what on your map you can see is in light blue, okay? And if you were to go up a little bit more and down there, a lot of students there within the student rec center, not too far away from that area as well. Okay, so for those of you who are trying to kind of get a visual of where we're talking about, that is the location, all right, that we are currently looking at the moment. So hold on, I was able to get up the calendar again. This, I think, is what I was looking at before. Today is the 12th. Okay, the day is the 12th, so I'm not quite sure. I can't confirm yet. I've been trying to figure this out, the calendar. But again, if you're just joining us here, this is Live Impact News, 13 News Now Plus. Thank you for joining us here on Live Impact News on 13 News Now Plus. We have breaking news that has come into our newsroom. An active threat has been reported at Old Dominion University in Norfolk. This coming in from the university. They have placed this on their website and sent it out to people of the ODU community through their ODU Urgent Alert System. This active threat coming in around 10:40 this morning, so just over 20 minutes at this time. They're urging people who are in the area of Constant Hall, that's where this threat has been reported, Constant Hall, to follow the run, hide, fight protocols. They say they have emergency personnel that are responding to that area, and if you are not currently in that area, they want you to avoid it. So here's what we know so far. Again, I gave you a timeline of when we learned this and how we got that information. It's been sent out to the community there of Old Dominion University, and it's been placed on their socials and on their websites. For those of you who are just now joining us, as we've been streaming for quite some time now here on our streaming app, and now it's coming over the air, you can see this is the area that we're talking about. That right there, if you can use your arrow, Sarah, I have my producer, Sarah Calloway, who is in the studio with us. That is Constant Hall. So if you're heading up Hampton Boulevard, you would make that left into campus, and Constant Hall houses the College of Business, lecture halls, several classrooms, I believe at least 19 classrooms that are in that particular building. Maybe you're not familiar with that particular street, but right across the street, you may know of the stadium, right? Ballard Stadium's right there. The parking garage is there in the bright blue. This area is what we believe, and from what we have been seeing placed on the website, this is the area in which they're asking for people to avoid. Now, important to note, we do not have confirmation at this time, at this moment, 11:11 this morning, of what this threat is, okay? We don't have the confirmation that the threat is anything other than that. That's what we know right now. We don't know what kind of threat this is. We do not have any information on whether or not anyone is hurt or any victims of this particular threat. We know that it's been reported. We know that the university is taking this serious enough that they are putting out an alert for their community. And we are waiting to get information. We have crews that have been sent to this area in Norfolk. And as soon as they get to the scene and they can get their shots up, we're going to get that to you right away. But we wanted to bring this to you. What's happening? Say this?
Students aren't on spring break.
So students are not on spring break right now. Okay, we had been looking to try to confirm just so we can get a gauge of how many students might be there on campus. We know that there are schools nearby that are on spring break right now. Just being told from our producer confirming that students are in class, in session, on campus this particular week. Again, and if you're just now joining us, an active threat has been reported there, Constant Hall. If you can show them what we're seeing on their website, Sarah, if we can take that either double or full, this is what you will see if you get onto the Old Dominion University website right now. There's no ability for us to click on this to get to see any other information. Again, we're just reporting what we know right now. As soon as we get that information, we will bring it to you immediately. Just trying to look through a few things. We have been reaching out to authorities in the area. You can imagine when you say emergency personnel, that's going to include not only police and officers with Old Dominion University, but also with those who are with Norfolk Police, any other local agencies that might get involved right there in Old Dominion University. They are all responding, we can imagine, at this moment. It appears that the area of question, according to dispatch, what we have here is in the 1200 block of 49th Street. I think that would pretty much go along with what we've been saying with it being at Constant Hall. That is the area in which we are focusing in on. Okay. All right. Let me see something here. We just got a response. From University Relations here saying that we have an active threat on campus. Police and emergency responders are on the scene. They say that they will provide additional details as soon as possible. They are expected to give us an update within the next 15 minutes. So we'll wait to hear from university officials. Meanwhile, we have now live picture from campus there in Old Dominion University. You can look there, the very large police presence. I'm not quite sure why the picture is that dark right now, but don't focus in on that right now at the moment. You can see that is the cross section where they have this perimeter started. I believe that is Hampton Boulevard and 47th Street. Remember, as we said, bear with us. Our photographers are getting there on the scene. It's a very fluid situation right now, everybody. So thank you for your patience and for bearing with us as we get this reported. They're trying to get set up right now. They're probably being told, if we can imagine from, my experience being on the scene, where they can or cannot be at the moment. And so as soon as they get set up and in position to where they can actively and safely report, we will bring you up. But we have two crews that are going there to Old Dominion University. We have Madison Schlegel, our reporter, who is now getting set up on the scene. And we have Layla Cox, who is heading there as well. Again, an active threat reported on campus. University Relations just telling us that they have an active threat that is on campus. A massive police presence is currently there, and emergency responders are on the scene. Right now, again, we do not have confirmation of what this threat is or of any victims, but we do know police and emergency responders have responded to the campus of Old Dominion University. All right, so it looks like we have our crews who are now getting in place. If we're good, I can go to Madison Schlegel right now. She looks like she's in position. Madison, what have you learned? I see you're on the campus. What are you getting?
Yeah, as you can see right behind us, this is as far as police will let us. We've also got another officer arriving right here. We're at 45th Street, and as you can see behind me, there are at least a dozen different police officers that we've seen on our way here to ODU. Right now, we haven't gotten the chance yet to speak directly with police about what they say that threat is, but right now we do know that it's centered around Constant Hall, and right now there's a run, hide, fight alert that was sent out by the university. But I'm going to step out of the way so Connor can zoom in and show you some more of the presence that we see down here. Police have been diverting students away from this area. They have cones blocking off Hampton Boulevard right now, so there's no traffic going either way. They're just trying to clear some of the main people who have been going through, but as you can see, we've got an ambulance that's rolling up. We've got a Portsmouth fire rescue vehicle that just rolled up. So we keep seeing these different vehicles from different agencies from across the 757 showing up here to this threat that has been sent out by an ODU alert that we're receiving. Again, we've seen students in the area with their backpacks that have been leaving buildings. Police have been diverting them from those buildings here on class, but we'll get more word about what ODU is telling students at the moment, as well as what police say is the threat that they're responding to here. But as you can hear, all of those sirens are those units that are here on ODU's campus responding to that threat that was sent out. But live here on Old Dominion's campus, Madison Schlegel, 13 News Now.
Hey, Madison, thank you for your hustle. I got to ask you this. As you look around, if you can have your photographer maybe look around, I see the police presence that's way down there. But are you seeing any people who are maybe standing near you, or it appears, I know they're telling people to go and to run, to shelter in place. Are you seeing anyone outdoors in that area? That's not emergency personnel, police, etc.
Well, I've got a couple students. Yeah, I've got a couple students over here. We've seen some people that are exiting, as you can see right over here. Connor, do you mind panning while I'm talking about it? Thank you. But we see people who are leaving with their bags from campus buildings. If you look over there, Connor, you can see some people leaving from those buildings as well. So again, we don't see any direct students that are inside buildings. Everyone's leaving campus. As you can see down that sidewalk too, we've got a couple officers running down the street here in order to get to where all those lights are down there. You see some people in vests who are now operating traffic and moving people out of the way. And over here at Hampton Boulevard and 45th, we've got what, 1, 2, 3 students who are just kind of standing here watching the lights and sirens as you guys are watching them here on your screen.
Okay, I appreciate that, Madison. And for those who aren't familiar with Hampton Boulevard, around 11 o'clock leading into noon, and especially right there on Old Dominion University's campus, I have to drive that route every single day to and from work. I don't live far from campus. This is not typically what you would see, okay? It is a very heavily trafficked area, particularly not just with students and people getting up and down, but you're talking about the naval base is just a few miles down that road. You have, people who are getting shipments down. You see another police officer rushing down to the scene. So this is not what you would obviously
there's a
normally
couple
see
other
even from a
police
traffic
officers
standpoint.
who are coming up.
Yeah, I see that there are
from a
more
traffic
emergency
standpoint,
personnel
again.
coming to the scene there. Okay, I'm trying to also get a gauge. Okay, they're going into that area right now. I don't know if we can get a gauge on anything from their perimeter about maybe their strategy that they're looking at right now. But here's the thing. I do believe, Madison, you hold tight, obviously. We're going to come back to you really quickly. Sarah, are we ready to go to Layla, who is also there on the scene? Okay, Layla, if you can hear me, we have Layla Cox, who is also there. She's in a different portion of this particular situation. You seem to be a little bit closer. What are you getting at this point, Layla?
Yeah, good afternoon, Eugene, and to those watching right now. We are on the campus of Old Dominion University, where there is an active shooter threat. We just spoke with a few students that said they were making their way to class when they got a notification in the ODU campus system to leave classes and to go away because of an active shooter. One student told us that he was sitting in the web center when he saw everyone dispersing and leaving, so he decided to follow them all to come out and see this active police presence we're seeing right now. I mean, several agencies are out here. Norfolk Police, I've seen Park Rangers, we've got the Virginia Conservation Police, I've seen some Portsmouth officers as well. We've got fire trucks out here, EMS personnel as well. And what they've been doing is actually going straight forward to that building all the way back there. One of the halls actually trying to diffuse whatever situation we're seeing play out right here. This entire street right now on Hampton Boulevard between 47th, 49th, 46th, 45th, and down there where Madison was is all blocked off right now. The few students we've been spoken with saying that they're not sure exactly what the details are, but they're scared. They were coming to class and then they were told to leave and told to not come back. I spoke with a park ranger just a few minutes ago down there that said that they are just trying to stage this area off so anyone that usually comes down here, whether they're going to class or going to these businesses out here, cannot get down here at this time. Now, I'm going to go over to this gentleman right here. Excuse me, sir, do you work at Old Dominion University? A professor here? And how are you feeling right now with this active shooter threat we're seeing take place? I mean, are you concerned?
Maybe I'm jaded. This is so often, but I should say not here. I'm concerned, but there's the university has a complete system and group that focuses on this. So and it's clearly been handled well. Well, in addition to Norfolk Police and everything else. So no, I'm not. Well, I mean, I'm always concerned, but not personally. And all I just found out all classes were canceled, which I came to my class and nobody was there. So I wasn't even paying attention.
What department do you profess in, sir?
I'm in oceanography down the way here.
All the way down there. All right. So yeah. I imagine you're probably not trying to get to campus right now. You're probably
I'm trying to get across campus to get back to my office.
Okay. All right. Well, you be safe doing that, sir. And
yeah, thank you.
Enjoy the rest. be safe, and I hope
Yeah,
the rest of your day goes well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you,
And
thank you.
as well.
Yeah.
Thank you for reporting.
All right, yeah, so that's an Old Dominion University professor we just spoke with that's actually realized none of his students showed up to class, and he's trying to get to his office on the other side of campus. The police officers are actually letting him go. But for the students that we've been speaking with, do not come to classes at this time. It's just an entire plethora of agencies right here trying to figure out exactly where the target is at this point. Now, we'll be sure to update you as more information is coming at this time. But for now, if you're in this Norfolk area and you're an Old Dominion University student, please abide by those alerts that you're getting. For now, live in Norfolk at Old Dominion University, Layla Cox, 13 News Now.
Okay, Layla, thank you so much, and for hearing from that professor there, giving us some context that students weren't in his classroom. Obviously, they're telling people to avoid the area, and we learned from him that that classes have been canceled, which we could imagine was possibly going to happen. Another thing that I'm noticing there behind you, Layla, we knew that Norfolk police would be there, ODU police, but that appears that they're also getting assistance from Virginia Beach police as well. It looks like we're getting some other departments who are helping them on the scene at the moment. Okay, I want to jump from you, Layla, back to Madison Slagle, who has something new for us as well. Layla, I'm told that you have somebody there with you to talk with. Oh, yeah, Madison. I'm sorry. Madison, let's go to you.
Hey, yeah, Eugene. Since we saw you last, we grabbed a student. This is John. He's standing with me. John tells me that he was in Constant when they got that alert. John, do you mind telling me a little bit about what was happening in class when you guys heard that alert?
Yeah, well, it was just normal class, and then suddenly there was kind of a thud, and then a tons of running down the hallway and screaming. And then the fire alarm went off, and then it was just a bunch of movement, and it kind of felt like a fire drill. And then we got outside, and someone yelled that it was an active shooter or something like that, and we all kind of like ran out of there.
So you said that people were running. What was going through your head when not excitement, but the kind of danger that flashed through everybody's head kind of started to set in?
Yeah, honestly, I was just hoping that the people that were involved were all right and that it would all settle out. I mean, I wasn't worried about myself. Like, I know where I'm going if I'm leaving, so it's no biggie. But just hoping that everyone else is okay.
Right, and so this is just a typical Thursday for you guys here, but unfortunately this kind of massive event has now happened. Hopefully we're going to learn more information from police about what exactly has happened. But seeing this kind of action on campus, is this something that you've never seen before?
Yeah, not something I've ever seen, not something I've ever witnessed at all, definitely.
And seeing this amount of police here right now, are you a little maybe struck by the amount of officers and police officers we keep rolling up?
Yeah, definitely. I was very surprised that but it's good because they're here to protect us and take care of us. And so that's a good sign that we've got this many people watching our back.
And when you were leaving that building, were officers telling you guys anything specific as you were leaving, aka anywhere to stay away from, if classes are going to be canceled for the rest of the day, anything like that?
Yeah. I hope classes are canceled because I got 2 midterms to take, so that'd be nice. I wasn't getting any notifications about that so far, but just to stay away from Constant Hall, which is where it happened.
So that's the only thing that officers were kind of saying, just to stay out of the Constant Hall area?
Yeah, out of the off campus, really.
Okay.
As much as possible.
Perfect. Well, we appreciate you stopping here and chatting with us, and we want to make sure that you check in with your family as well and make sure that you let them know that you're okay. In speaking to some of your classmates right now, have they been calling their family members to make sure that they're okay? Let them know?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate you taking a second here to chat with us and answer a couple of questions. Obviously, this situation is very fluid. We don't quite know exactly what police are exploring right now as that threat. You can see the officers and lights still behind us, but we'll be sure to check back in with you guys in just a little bit as we learn more information.
Madison, thank you for that. I want to, is he still near you at the moment? Is he still there? I'd like to bring him back in if you can. You thanked him, and we appreciate him taking the time and talking with us. But if he can go back just to the moments that happened inside.
We're going to ask you another question.
He was inside of Constant Hall. The moment, what did he hear exactly, or was it more he just saw things? Just if you can get him to clarify just a little bit about his experience that he saw there inside of Constant Hall.
Yeah, I'll definitely ask him again. And again, he told us that he heard a little bit of a bump, but do you mind just one more time for us, just telling us what you heard when you guys got this alert?
Yeah, I mean, we were just in class. It was a normal Thursday, and then there was some kind of noise, and then lots of running, lots of footsteps down the hallway, like a stampede of elephants, felt like down the hallway. And then the fire alarm went off, and it was just loud and buzzing, and that's about it. And then, you know, we got outside and someone yelled, like, there's a shooter on campus. And so we kind of, everything got blurry from there.
Right. Well, Eugene, you heard it there. Again, footsteps and stampedes of people running out from the building. So that's kind of what he was hearing here on the floor.
Yeah, and you imagine, I appreciate the line of questioning that you had for him. And we heard from a professor, from Layla as well, Madison, just in speaking to the situation, right? And it's one of those things where we've reported and seen across our country so many different shootings that have happened on a campus. And you hear some of the reaction from the people we've already talked to, and you wonder for them, okay, listen, they've heard of these things happening before. It's never something you want to see, but the reaction seemed to be more so, hey, we know that there's been support. We're okay getting out. I just wanted to hear from him again. And we'll come back to you, too, just in a little bit here, Madison, as we are in the studio now. Again, it's myself, producer Sarah Calloway, and anchor Janet Roach, who is here, too. We're in our streaming studio broadcasting live. For those who are just coming into the fold, there has been an active threat, not only reported, but now confirmed by ODU officials there on Old Dominion University. We have heard from multiple people at this point. You may have heard Layla Cox there earlier say active shooter, but I want to make sure and clarify on our end, we have not gotten that official terminology from authorities or anyone within the police or the school as of this moment at 11:29, as we get closer to about an hour since the initial threat was told to the people on campus there at Old Dominion University. Janet, if I can, I'll go ahead and bring you into this conversation too. You were listening to that young man there, that student, and the professor that Layla Cox interviewed just moments before. What stood out to you out of those conversations?
What is standing out to me is that it seems like the reaction and the response has been extremely swift. And when they put in those protocols of run, hide, fight, you know, it sounds sort of strange, but that is a official protocol that they put in place when you have these situations. And it sounds like that was effective, at least hearing from that student. I know that's what happened at UVA a few years ago. I had a student at UVA who sent me a text who says, we're being told to run, hide, fight. And the idea is, you know, when you hear of a threat, the first thing you do is run. You just try to get out of the way. You try to escape. And then the second thing, if you can't get away, when it comes to hiding, you're going into a room that you can lock, you're barricading that room, you're doing whatever you can to try to keep yourself secure. A last resort, very last resort, is to fight. And we don't know at this point if it has even gotten to that point. But that's just to give a little bit of background on what this run, hide, fight protocol is. Also know that ODU, dating back to at least 2019, they have had a training program for an active shooter. So this is something that they have been preparing for years. It was a 2-day course. The first course focusing on public safety personnel. The second day focusing on real life exercises with Norfolk police and ODU police. And so that is something, unfortunately, in this day and age that we are living in now, that so many different colleges and universities and organizations have to put in place, because you never know when these things might happen.
Yeah, and speaking of you never know when these things might happen, this is not the first time that there's been if it is indeed a shooting on the campus. If you recall, just last year, 2005 in February, there were 2 men who were shot and killed there on ODU's campus.
Yes.
An 18 and a 20-year-old. And so even that caused some changes that the university put into security as well right after with the response. And so to that point, Janet, if you've been on campus for more than a year, this isn't even really your first time experiencing something of a threat. If it is indeed confirmed, we get confirmation soon about a shooting. The other thing I want to say before we bring in Layla Cox again, who I believe has someone there she's going to talk to, is that we do know now that there are special agents with the ATF that are on scene in support of this situation. And we have the ATF that is confirming, calling it an ongoing shooting incident. Okay, that came in at 11:26. So those are federal officials, federal agents calling it a shooting incident there on the campus of Old Dominion University. They tweeted that out just a few moments ago. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and I didn't see this here. You can see the visual there. Appreciate our photographer there showing that they have people there in position looking over the campus.
And
What's
we
up?
have breaking news. ODU just sent an email, said the shooter has been neutralized.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see. There we go. Okay, yes, we have that. Let me go ahead and read that for you that we just got in from ODU Alerts. Great catch there, Sarah. Says they say due to an active shooter situation in which the shooter has been neutralized, this is where they're confirming that all classes and operations on the campus have been suspended for the remainder of the day. We had already reported that classes had been canceled, but now we know, again, not only confirmation, double confirmation that it was an active shooter situation, but the shooter has been neutralized within that. Actual language on neutralized, I believe, is interesting there, Janet, in the particular moment. We'll wait to get a little bit more information on what that particularly means. Before we go any further, let's get to Layla, because she does have someone she wants to talk to. Layla, is this a student?
Yes, Eugene, this is a student freshman. His name is Israel. He says he was on campus and he just wants to kind of tell us from his perspective what he saw happen. He also and his other friends just gave notice to that notification that was just sent through the ODU Alerts about the active shooter being neutralized at this point. So Israel, just kind of talk me through, were you heading to class, were you in class when you got that alert, and how are you feeling?
So basically I was taking my midterm in the middle of it, and then I came out of class and I was getting ready to go to the web where it was first alerted where the active shooter was. And then I saw a bunch of people running from there. So as like a whole natural response, I started running as well. I wasn't really expecting it, but it was more of like a act on scene type of situation, so I had to get out of there as fast as I could.
Right, and I know you've been standing over here some time with a few other ODU students, seeing just this large response. How are you feeling seeing how many agencies are here right now and just getting that recent ODU alert that what has happened has been neutralized at this point, but the rest of your classes have been canceled for today?
I am a little happy about the classes being canceled, but I am a little unsettled about how many people. I wasn't expecting this many, but at the same time, I'm not really expecting it because I heard it wasn't just one. So that still has me a little nervous or whatever. I know they said they neutralized one of the shooters, but I don't know if they neutralized the other ones or if there are any other ones. So I still want to make sure everybody's good, make sure everybody's off campus. That's about it, though.
All right. Thank you so much, Israel. And you be safe for the rest of the day, and I'm sure you'll inform your family as well of your whereabouts. They're probably wondering, are you from the 757?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You take care, Israel.
You as well.
Okay, thank you for speaking with me. Now, that's just hearing from one freshman. There's a plethora of students out here that have been just on edge. They said they had that run, hide, flight kind of mentality. When they saw one person run, they continued to run with them, not really knowing what was happening, but coming outskirts of the university to see a plethora of agencies, both local, state, and federal down here, doing whatever they can to minimize these, diffuse these efforts that we're seeing play out and these concerns that many people have. We know that it's really been all hands on deck on here for the past hour or so when students got that alert, Eugene. I do want to mention as well that we did see a few officers as well walking into the campus holding assault rifles as well. So very, very, very high demand for security down here in Norfolk.
Layla, we appreciate that, and to hear from that young man. I need to tell you now, we told you we were going to get an update. We were expecting to at 11:30 from Old Dominion University officials. We just got this, and it has new information as well with this active shooter situation there on campus. We do know that a gunman inside of Constant Hall opened fire. This happened shortly before 10:49 this morning. We also have now been told that 2 people were injured. We do not know if those were students, faculty member, we do not know, but 2 people were injured. And according to police with Old Dominion University and Norfolk police, the gunman is now dead. So we talked about being neutralized earlier with that language. The gunman is deceased. Okay. Now there will be questions, and I'm sure we'll learn how that went about. If it was a situation where an officer, neutralized or whatever that, how it went about. But what we know now is that the gunman is deceased. Those who are hurt have been taken to a local hospital. Hospitals are not far from Old Dominion University. In fact, we here at our studio are not far from where this is all located, and we're right across the street from the hospital. We've been able to hear those sirens going off from inside of our studio here this morning. We told you that ODU has canceled classes. You can expect that was going to be the case. But that young man had some questions himself when he was talking to Layla, saying, I don't know if it was one or two, how many. From what we're hearing from school officials here at this 11:30 update, it says a gunman. It says a gunman in Constant Hall, inside of Constant Hall, opened fire, and that gunman is now deceased. Okay, so that is the update that we know right now at this moment from the situation. Of course, we've been telling you there are school police, Norfolk, Virginia Beach police we spotted there as well, and members of the ATF and their special agents all there. So you have local, school, and federal law enforcement officials there on that scene, and emergency personnel there on that scene to assist people within that community. That's a big update that we just received here from Old Dominion University. And right now, let's do this because she's been waiting, and I believe she's waiting with the student. Let's bring back in Madison Slagle. Madison, if you can hear me, you're sitting there with someone now. Who is this young man?
Hey, Eugene. Yeah, as we were sitting here on campus watching all of this unfold, a couple students stopped us here. I'm with Calvin. Calvin says that he saw a little bit of this encounter before it unfolded inside of Constant Hall. Calvin, do you mind telling us what it was that you guys saw today on campus?
So I was walking from Quoba over past the Starbucks, and then there was like a little altercation going on in front of there, but it was nothing like serious. So I kept on going, and I started walking up the stairs, and all of a sudden I hear like just a bunch of bodies hitting each other, like this loud altercation. And so I finished running up the stairs, right, because there's somebody running behind me. And then I look over the balcony, and there's just like a person in a tan coat curled up on the ground with their backpack on in front of the Starbucks, just laying there. And then there were like police running around, like people were running out of the building because like there was just some like loud noise apparently. But I was right there. I didn't hear any gunshots. Like I was walking up the stairs, and then all of a sudden a person dropped. People started running out. There was yelling, screaming, and then we went upstairs, and I went and grabbed my girlfriend, and we went into the there was a person inside of the web that's like has a little office. We hid inside of there with him, and yeah, that was that. I mean, it was just a big like crazy thing because the person was just laying there, just not moving, and I really don't know if they're okay or not. I hope that. And also, I heard from other people that the person who did get shot in their leg was the lieutenant colonel for the ROTC apparently, and there's like a ROTC student who did it. Because they were, I guess they might have been mad at him or something. But yeah, it was just a big, crazy thing that just happened.
Right. Well, until we get any of that confirmed, that's one thing. Again, that's the word that the students are saying that you've said that you've heard.
Yeah, and a couple other people who saw it too that were in there right downstairs with them. I saw that happen.
So when this all went down and you heard that tussling happening and you knew it was kind of time to take your girlfriend and go into another classroom or office, were there other students that were doing the same kind of thing?
Yes. The person who actually works in the office, God bless that guy, he came through and grabbed us and said, come in here right now, like, something's going on. He walked around to make sure everybody was in the room, and he closed the door. And there were like about 6 of us in that room. And so we were all just sitting there waiting, and eventually the police came through and they escorted us out and told us to get out. So.
Well, as you were leaving the building, did the police tell you anything about what was going on? Did they give you any inkling?
Nah, their main priority was just to get us out of there as quick as possible. They just told us to get out, and anything that we left behind that wasn't immediately in our hands, leave them behind and get going as quick as possible because it's a crazy situation,
Well, crazy situation, and I'm sure definitely not how you expected to spend your Thursday. But you were standing here next to me when we learned that the threat has been, quote, neutralized or is now deceased. And when you're hearing this information, knowing that you were in the same building, what's going through your head right now?
I feel terrible for all the people who had to like see him in person, were threatened by him. Like it was just a terrifying moment. Because to know that that happened on my campus, like. Hearing it on news and whatnot just feels like a whole world far away, but seeing it happen right here, it's very jarring to realize that, people are capable of doing things like that. People are capable of enacting such violence in a place that's meant for education. It's really, really saddening. It's really saddening.
Well, and now is a time that you guys are all going to have your arms around each other in support right now. I know that emotions are high on campus. Everyone seems to be a little bit concerned. Moving forward, do you think that you're just going to hold your loved ones a little bit closer this evening?
Yeah, I'm taking my girlfriend home right now. I'm make sure that, I really appreciate her, everybody around me, because easily if I would have been down there, wrong place, wrong time, something might have happened to me, like I was right there right before it happened. So, sorry, but yeah, it's, I hope everybody out there just learns to, like anything can happen at any point. It may seem like it's far away and it's in a distant world, but when it happens in front of you, it's real. You really can get hurt.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you sharing your story with us here and telling us about the moments about when this happened here on campus. I want you to stick here for just a second because Eugene might have a question for you or two. I'm sure he might. But again, Eugene, that's some of the words that you heard from some students who were inside Constant Hall when this threat did go out this today during this afternoon. But again, just heartbreaking moments and scary, but definitely good to know that ODU officials inside the building were warning students and making sure that they were inside offices and protected from whatever threat there was.
Yeah, his comments really were similar to what we heard from the last young man that you spoke with, right? When he talks about what he experienced, hearing something and then hearing the sound of people running and seeing people running there inside. And I just want to say, because you're right next to him, you can tell it, and we're going to talk here, but if you can tell him, when you asked him a question, some of his thoughts, it stuck with me that his thoughts were he felt for the people who had to see it. And just speaking to that empathy there, that is something that is a real thing here. It's one thing to see it reported, to see these things happen on social media and around the world. It's another thing to be in a moment where it is real and it sticks with you. So appreciate him sharing that so that people can think about those who may not have been harmed, but they had to witness something so tragic. So if you can share that with him, we'll come back here in the studio. You can talk to him. And I see it appears he's probably carrying his backpack for himself and his girlfriend there too. So a fine young man. We're glad that he is okay. Thank you, Madison. I do want to bring up some new information that we're getting. Again, if you're just joining us at this moment, we have an active shooter situation now that has been confirmed there on Old Dominion University's campus in Norfolk. We know 2 people were hurt after a gunman opened fire inside of Constant Hall around 10:40 this morning. That gunman is now dead. That is from police and from school officials at this time. We expect another update at 12:15 this afternoon. So just about 30 minutes, we should get a new information from school officials. But we also know that Norfolk Public Schools has taken action with all of this as well, because there are schools that are nearby. We just learned from them, from a comms person with MPS, saying that Larchmont Elementary, James Monroe Elementary, and W.H. Taylor Elementary are on what they call a secure hold. So Norfolk police officers are on site and they are actively working with all of this to address. All students and staff are secure. Again, this is, from Norfolk Public Schools. So parents, if you're hearing this or you're getting this information, they say all students and staff are secure. They're following their safety protocols. And they're going to be getting more information out, I imagine, to parents as soon as possible. We know that in terms of response, right, Norfolk Police, Virginia Beach Police, we spotted them, school officials there with ODU police, and even federal officials, federal agents with the ATF, as we take a live picture there on the scene as they are setting up that perimeter. This is Hampton Boulevard and 49th Street, okay? If you turn left there, if you know where SB Ballard Stadium is, the School of Business or Constant Hall is right near that area. I have in studio with us right now in our streaming studio, Janet Roach. And Janet, you've been listening to all of this. You had earlier talked about, how there had been training for those law enforcement officials, ODU staff for situations like this. You just heard from another young man give a very detailed explanation of what he experienced, but also his response. And I saw that you were nodding and shaking your head in moments. What stood out to you?
I was really touched by what he said because he thought about other people, not just himself. Obviously, he was trying to take care of his girlfriend, but the fact that he's thinking about the trauma that the people who had to witness it up close are possibly going through. I thought that was extremely thoughtful of him. Constant Hall is pretty large. There are like 19 classrooms, large lecture halls. We don't know how many of those were filled, but it does mean that there could have been quite a few people in that hall when this all happened. So you can just imagine you could have been on the other side of campus when you get that alert of run, hide, fight. It's scary. And because you don't know if it's one person, two people, or a group of people, And so I did talk a little bit about the training earlier. It does appear like the training really did weigh in with this. I know in the coming days, first of all, you got to think about the injured and praying for their recovery. Secondly, who is this suspect? What type of motive may there have been? That is a question that a lot of people will be wondering about, and it's certainly something that we know law enforcement will focus on. And then in the coming days and in the coming weeks, they will look at the response. How did we respond? How did Norfolk police respond? How did ODU police respond? How did the campus, the university as a whole respond? And is there anything that we can learn from this? And not just us here in Norfolk or in Virginia, but across the country. Because every time one of these things happens, there is something to be learned for, unfortunately, what will be the next time. And you hate to have to say that, but that's the world that we're living in right now.
Yeah, it's unfortunately become normalized. And again, you hate to say that. And to those points, Janet, Old Dominion University is an open campus, right? And so not just an open campus, but a campus that, as I was saying earlier, is on a main thoroughbred of this Norfolk community, the traffic that goes through there. So for police not only to respond, block off that area and do what they had to do, what we're hearing from students who were inside of that facility, again, to your point, that training does appear to have really gone a long way. Another thing we don't know who the victims are in this case as well. We do not know if they are students. We don't know if they are staff or faculty. You heard that last young man, a student who was in the room, say that there's some rumors currently or unconfirmed thoughts being circulated right now amongst them. I don't want to necessarily repeat at the moment until we get that confirmed as to the kind of situation at hand here. But we don't have official who these people are. So, Sarah, I see you pointing. Do we have more? Okay.
Yes, Layla has a student who is in the hall who's ready to talk.
Okay, let's go to her then. Layla Cox here with a student who was also inside of that building. Layla, I'll hand it over to you.
Right, Eugene, I'm here with sophomore Jennifer. She tells me she's a criminal justice and sociology major. She was in the hall, and she's just gonna, first and foremost, I want to ask you, Jennifer, how are you doing? I know you and your friend were calling your parents just to let them know that you guys were okay, but a few moments ago it was really, really scary for you.
It was. At the start, I was full of adrenaline, but now I'm more disappointed and more saddened by the whole fact. I just want to cry now.
Right, and whatever you're comfortable sharing, in the hallway, in the hall, what did you hear, or what prompted you to run with you and your friends?
So I was actually waiting for my midterm exam to happen. The guy next to me and I were just standing by when all of a sudden these three ladies, or three people, it was a group of people, started telling the suspect, I assume, to get out, get out, get out. And all of a sudden we heard a commotion. A lot of people rumbling, starting to get up. We looked at each other, the guy next to me, we looked at each other, we started running, and that's when we heard, gunshots.
And I mean, imagine quite a run for you to get here. And I know you've been out here with your friends. Why are you choosing to even stand out here during this moment? I know you said you were really worried, but also I imagine you called your family as know they're really worried about you as well.
Yeah, I actually ran from Constant, where the shooting was occurring. I ran to the Chem building. I came back to my dorm. I realized I can't really go back to Northern Virginia, where I'm originally from, because the whole thing is barricaded. But as I said, I'm studying criminal justice, so why not be firsthand experience, where the whole thing is going down.
All right. Anything else you'd like to share about what happened today, or what you look forward to coming out of this situation, as we're seeing a lot of police agents here right now? I know you've been up to date with the alerts shared from Old Dominion University, but anything else you'd like to say, message to the community, anything at this time?
I think it all goes down to being together on such a hard moment. I know that as a campus, we must remain strong, and that I'm actually very, very proud of how quick the situation was handled in regards of ODU PD communicating every update with the students, and as well as surrounding police departments.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. You take care, you and your friend, and be sure to continue to let your family know that you're okay.
Thank you.
Hold on 1 second before she goes,
So that's
Layla.
just hearing
grab
from
her real quick. Hold on,
Miss Jennifer.
Layla, hold it. Grab her real quick.
Yep.
Grab her real quick.
Yep.
So appreciative for all of these young people who are choosing to share what they experienced, by the way. I want you to ask her, because
That's
she's
right.
the first person who has told us that they heard gunshots. But I want to hear specifically if she saw anything inside of Constant Hall. I know that she ran, did exactly what she's supposed to do, but did she see anything?
Right. So just our anchor, Eugene, just wanted to know if you could reiterate. I know you said you heard gunshots, but did you see anything, if you could recount that?
No, I did not. All I heard was the commotion going on and the gunshots that were going in inside of the building, because, as I said, it was down the hall.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's what she had to share, Eugene. But overall, really scary situation for her. Her and her classmates decided that once they heard that commotion, that they were just going to leave. But about how many? Do you recall about how many gunshots you did hear?
They were very faint, because it was down the hall on the other side of the building, but it was around 2.
And
Thank you. Just that she said she heard about 2. Now, of course, we're still waiting for this information from police to be confirmed.
I have one more question for her. I'm so appreciative. A lot of us have never been inside of Constant Hall. She was there preparing for her midterm. Can she express to us, explain, for those who haven't been inside this building, how large it is and what it's like to be inside of that particular building?
Yeah, one last question for you, Jennifer. Just because you say you have classes in Constant Hall quite often, right? For those that might not know how big that hall is, and what kind of the innings of it looked like, could you kind of describe briefly what Constant Hall looks like? How many levels, maybe how wide, spacious it is?
Yeah, so my statistics class is usually on the left side when you enter through the main part of the campus. It's usually on the left side, but since today we were doing Excel, it was on the other side of the building. There's really big lecture halls at the center of the building with surrounding classrooms on each side, left and right. There's I believe two floors. I'm not really sure. I don't really go upstairs. But yeah, the incident did happen downstairs.
And very large lecture halls. You would say?
Yeah, the ones on the sides are pretty medium-sized classrooms, but the ones in the center are lectures, so they're a lot bigger.
Thank you for that description, Eugene. Anything else we'd like to ask Jennifer before she goes back to call her family?
No, she needs to do that immediately. Let her go ahead and do that and talk with her family. Thank her for us.
Thank you, Jennifer.
For sharing her story. Okay, Layla, thank you for that. As we can see around you. Give us a little brief discussion of what you can see. If you can have your photographer kind of pan around the area. there. This is what I was telling people
Yeah,
about
absolutely.
earlier.
We'll
So
show. We'll
that
have
is
Henry
the
show
street
you
where it's
around.
on. That's 49th across from you, right? So that's the parking lot that we're looking at currently.
Yeah.
Constant Hall
Yes.
is not that building. It should be, I think, one or two on the left side there, down this street off of Hampton Boulevard. So I think that's why you're seeing a majority of those officers there. Layla, I'll let you go. What are you seeing that we can't see?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to say what you might not be able to see, but I think they just walked a little bit down. But we see officers at the top of the parking garage. They've been patrolling side to side, as you could imagine, just trying to make sure anything that they can't see from the ground level that they can observe. We've also been seeing drones fly around. I don't know, Henry, if you can see that up in the sky. The drones that we've been seeing for the past over the past hour or so out here, just trying to make sure that everything that they can cover across this campus can be seen by the several law enforcement agencies we're seeing out here as well. Now, I do want to say we do have EMS personnel out here. We did see a stretcher being carried out, but obviously not quite sure who was on that stretcher or what the injuries were. But it's just been a large response from several agencies, as I've been reiterating. We've seen state troopers, park rangers, Norfolk police, Virginia police, Portsmouth police, and the message that I've been receiving from students is that they're happy. They're really happy for the response time in these law enforcement matters. Not happy that this situation occurred, but to know that once they got that alert around 10:49 a.m. is when I was told they got that first ODU notification. They were glad it was in that speedily amount of time for them to be able to leave from campus and then to come out to see the outskirts of the university crowded by police, firefighters, EMS, crash team as well. They're proud that they can say that the local agencies have come together to make sure that everyone just remains safe, and that, like we've earlier reported, that whoever was the shooter in this case has been neutralized. Eugene.
All right, Layla, thank you for that update. You sit tight. We're going to come back to you. I do believe we have another shot up now showing us another portion of campus. Sarah, if we do we still have that up?
We don't have that shot anymore, but we do have, it just popped back up. We do have a shot from Centera Norfolk General, which is right next door.
All right, let's pull it up. Let's see what we can see from that. All right, so here we go. So remember, we were told that there were two people who were injured in this shooting that was inside of the building on ODU's campus that houses the business school, and those individuals were taken to a local hospital. Now, I don't have on our end confirmed exactly which hospital it was sent. They were sent to. However, you can imagine here, right down the street is Centera Norfolk General, which is a top trauma center for anyone who has been shot. So for those of you who are just joining us now, thank you for joining us. We are in our live Impact News streaming studio, but we're also broadcasting over the air on 13 News Now. We are covering an active shooter situation on the campus of Old Dominion University. We now know that two people were hurt after a gunman opened fire inside of Constant Hall there, the business school on campus, just before 10:40 this morning. That gunman is dead. This information coming to us from police and from school officials there at the moment. Classes have been canceled for the remainder of the day. They're asking people to avoid the area of that facility right there, basically off of Hampton Boulevard and 49th Street. Okay, we've been talking with students. We've been able to talk to a professor there on campus. You're taking a live look right now as I'm joined by Janet Roach here. We've been listening to all of this at the moment that's been coming in as the information's coming in. We're expecting another update in the next 15 minutes from school officials about the situation. We do not have IDs at this time. We don't know the status currently of the individuals who were shot inside of that building, nor if they're students, staff. We don't know that yet. Surely that will come out in due time. But this is a live look there off of Hampton Boulevard. Again, asking people to avoid this as you have multiple agencies, state, local, federal who are there, school law enforcement that are on that scene right now, manning to this situation. Again, the gunman is now dead. We're told that person has been neutralized. They are deceased. All right, Janet, bringing you into the fold here right now. I've been trying to send some messages out to some folks to see if we can get some new information as well. You heard there from a student. We had Layla Cox, our reporter, on the scene there. Madison Slagle, our reporter, is also there. She was describing the moments that she heard gunshots inside of this particular school building. And one thing that she said that also stuck out to me, she thanked law enforcement for their quick response.
Yeah, and that's been kind of a common thread that we've been hearing from the people that our reporters are out there interviewing, an appreciation for how quickly police got to the scene. We have been talking about the training that ODU goes through. They do active shooter training. They work with the actual Department of Homeland Security, following the FBI's model in terms of active shooting drills. And it's a multi-day exercise that they do, where one day they kind of focus on talking about safety personnel and things like that. And then the next day they actually put together some realistic exercises. And they do this in Constant Hall. So, they were definitely prepared. We are certainly sad to hear that 2 people are injured. We are praying for their recovery. We know that the gunman is dead. I thought it was, I was touched by the student, Jennifer, who's from Northern Virginia, and she just says, I'm just really sad right now. And you can understand that, when you send your kids off to school, and I can imagine what the parents are thinking now, in various parts of the country who have their students there at ODU and, hoping that they're safe, and you just hate the fact that they have to go through that. They're there for an education. You hate the fact that this kind of thing happens. I've been through it, with my daughter at UVA a few years ago, and getting the text in the middle of the night. They're telling us to run, hide, fight. And of course, that was a tragic situation, very tragic situation. So in this day and age that we live in, you have to have these active shooting drills, and ODU has had them. So that could be the reason why you see this quick response, and you see the students actually praising law enforcement, and the fact that you had a number of different agencies respond so quickly. Virginia Beach, special agents with ATF, Norfolk police as well, and then you have ODU police, and then the university as a whole. So there's still a lot of questions about how everything happened, who the suspect is, and who are the people who are injured, and exactly, how this person came onto the campus. It is an open campus. Security obviously will be a discussion that comes up in the weeks to come, the days and the weeks to come, wondering if there's anything that needs to be changed in terms of security protocols.
I did, just a note on the response time. We are very close to the ODU campus, and we got the alert about the active threat, and within a minute or two, I could hear the sirens outside going to presumably the school, but we can still hear them. We can still hear them.
And you think about the timeline, right? So we see the alert that came in, I believe, around, this happened shortly before 10:50, so 10:49. And I want to say we learned, I'm trying to look at the timeline for when we got the official confirmation that the shooter had been neutralized. It was not that long that took place. I know we got the official confirmation from Old Dominion University around 11:37, but prior to that, we had also received notification. So when you talk about the response time, to both of your points, this response was very quick. It appeared from our local law enforcement there. Okay, right now we have Madison Slagle, who is ready for us there, right on campus. Madison, what's the latest and what you've learned?
Hey Eugene, yeah, as you can see behind us, we're right now on Hampton Boulevard and 45th Street, and you just saw a couple cop cars that were leaving the scene here. But actually, I want to do this for a moment. So this is Hampton Boulevard. You can see there's one bus, but I want to take you out onto the street. We can do this right now because they've got this road blocked off to traffic. Connor, do you mind just coming right here? And I want to point you this way to where they've got other side of the cop car, Connor. Yep, right over here. Yep, there you go. Okay, so I want to point you that way, and that's where they've got traffic stopped right now. So if you are driving into this area, as you can see, you're going to be sitting in that traffic for a moment. Now, police have given us the clearance to be here to kind of show you these conditions. You saw Layla was a little bit closer down there towards 49th, towards Constant Hall, but we're here towards the outskirts of that, where they're turning people away from the area. So again, we've seen those police officers here stopping cars and telling people that they need to turn around, as we've seen extra police officers drive straight down this empty street and right down to where they seem to be investigating down where you saw Layla. So again, right now, what we're seeing is just the mass exodus of students. As we've been told, ODU classes are going to be canceled for the rest of the day today. So we've just seen those students leaving buildings. As we've told you, we've spoke to a couple of those students today too, who said they saw a little bit of the scuffle of what happened. Another student said that they heard a bang inside of the building at what felt like was a loud noise, and then just footprints and stampedings of students leaving that building. So again, the police didn't tell those students anything as they were leaving, but that they needed to be safe. We heard that an ODU faculty member was inside of the building at Constant Hall, grabbing students, hiding them inside of their office and barricading themselves to make sure that they were safe. And like you've said, I think empathy is a big word here too. I think what we're hearing and especially experiencing from these young people is that they want people to understand that they're humans first, that this takes an emotional toll in what they're experiencing. Yes, we have people who might be injured and in the hospital right now, but for a large majority, most of the people in that building were able to say that they were safe after this incident. But again, right now, what we've heard from students is that they're just putting their arms around each other this afternoon in order to be a little closer and just think about the true gravity of what happened on campus today. But in the meantime, traffic along this road here at Hampton Boulevard is going to be closed as those officers wrap up whatever investigations they've got going on for today. Live at ODU's campus, Madison Schlegel, 13 News Now.
Okay, Madison, thank you for that. As you can see, that area completely blocked off for people who are wanting to drive through it. But we did just get this information from the campus of Old Dominion University that they have sent out an all-clear notification saying that the emergency at Constant Hall has ended. There is no longer an active threat to the campus community. They're still asking people to avoid that area that is in and around Constant Hall. Again, that is basically Hampton Boulevard. You make that left if you're going up towards like where the naval base is, right? And off of 49th Street. Okay, that's what we're thinking of at this moment, where Constant Hall is currently located. They want people to avoid that area. Mind you, if you're trying to get through that thoroughway there of Hampton Boulevard, you're not going to be able to. So you might as well just go around if you have to travel anywhere that would typically take you through. But the news that we're just getting in from ODU officials is that they have put out the all clear. The emergency has ended. No longer an active threat to the campus community. If you're just now joining us, we can kind of bring you up to speed on how we got to this point. Officials say that just before 10:50 this morning is when a gunman opened fire inside of Constant Hall. That is where the School of Business at Old Dominion University is housed. We've heard from multiple students now who were inside of that building one saying that she heard gunshots, two others saying they didn't hear gunshots, but they heard people running, and then they saw people running, and then they heard a fire alarm that went off inside that building, and they all ran. The school, upon getting the report of this threat, put out an alert to the ODU campus telling people to run, hide, and fight, putting into those protocols effective immediately. Again, this was around 10:50 when we first kind of got this notification after it happened, and we now know that gunman is dead. Police saying that they were neutralized, but 2 people are hurt and were sent to a hospital. We do not know the extent of their injuries. We do not know who they are, their ages, whether or not they are students, faculty, staff. We don't know the relation, if any, between them and the gunman. We don't know anything about the gunman or even what their motive would be. There's a lot of details that have still yet to come out, obviously, in this very fluid situation. But we know that the active threat, according to police, is now over, which certainly will be a sigh of relief to a lot of students, to a lot of parents who aren't right there on the scene. Okay, we see right now 2 stretchers that are currently being pulled there. From this distance, I do not see anyone on them. It looks like, I don't think there's a person on either one of these. It looks like they're using them to kind of pull supplies back to where they are. But again, we know that at some point they did have to use stretchers because 2 people, again, were hurt in this and were taken to local hospitals. I know we have a shot up right now. If we can take the shot, I believe this is outside of Centera. Sarah, our producer Sarah, is here in our streaming studio with us. And so we have a shot that is outside of, I believe, Centera. Maybe it's not. Okay, we don't have that up anymore. But we had one up earlier just kind of showing police activity going in and out from that hospital system that is not far away from campus, not far away from us here at 13 News Now, our studios. We could hear the sirens that were going through as people were responding to this situation as it was still active. And we're waiting for more information. We should expect to get an update from officials there at ODU around 12:15 is when they said that they would send the next update. Let's go ahead and do this now. Janet, I see you over there. I don't know if you want me to bring you back in, but something that you have stated, and I mentioned this a few moments ago, the fact that they have put out the all clear.
Yeah.
As a parent, and you are however many miles away, thousands of students are on this campus, and you got to think all of them have some kind of guardian or parent that is right now wishing they can be right there with their baby, with their kid. You've been in a situation where you were the parent away from your child as there was an active shooter situation. And if you could, what is that feeling like? If you feel comfortable, what's that feeling like when you're going through that and you finally get that alert to say the threat is over?
Well, I tell you what, that sigh that you hear right now, that is the collective sigh from parents, knowing, sigh of relief that the all clear has been issued. Now, in the case with my daughter, it took a while. It lasted into the next day. So it was heart-wrenching. So I can understand how these parents are feeling. They are so relieved right now. I would imagine by now their students have gotten in touch with them to say that they're okay. Again, we're praying for the 2 people who have been injured. But you wait for that. In fact, you still may have had some students who were hunkered down in various classrooms across campus, still waiting for that all clear, because even though it happened right there in Constant Hall, it's something that goes out campus wide, and maybe even some of the neighboring businesses around there. There's a lot going on in that area of Hampton Boulevard. So that all clear is a major sigh of relief for that entire community. And so, yes, I can empathize with these parents. And again, from what we have been told by students there, it looks like the response was very quick, that the shooter was neutralized quickly. And so now is to find out, the how and the why, and trying to answer those questions and to kind of reassure students and parents that they're going to be okay, because school's not over. It's a good thing that they've canceled classes for the day. They may cancel them again tomorrow. We don't know that yet. But you want to feel relieved. You want to feel like, okay, what about tomorrow? What about the next day? What about next week? And there actually have been several, where my daughter went to school, where several alerts since then. What does that say about the state of our living right now? I remember there was one week, and there were 3 in 1 week.
Oh my gosh.
You know, and each time I would get the text from my daughter, "Hey, I'm okay." And so you know to do that. You know, the first thing you do is notify your parents, "I'm okay." And so I would imagine that most of the students there have probably done that.
And we heard some of the students say, "I need to call my parents." Even they had already talked to them, but even when they talked to some of our reporters, that was what they said. I'm going to go and call and text them right now. And, you know, to your point, talking about having experienced multiple situations where you have these alerts coming out, remember, this is the circumstances. We're still waiting to hear a bit more of it, may be different, but it was just 2025 in February where there was a shooting that 2 people died there on campus there at Old Dominion University. An 18 and a 20-year-old died as a result from that. But that was in a parking lot near one of the common areas. Those individuals were not students who died within that. So that was in a parking lot outside. This is inside of a school building. And as we heard from one of those students, Jessica, I believe, there at the end. Jennifer at the end, while they were preparing for midterms. Yeah. You know, so this situation at that point is, you know, again, you just paint the picture for it as well. And speaking of painting the picture, you know, this is also created, you know, for those who use Hampton Boulevard, which is a very, very important and popular stretch there. And it being shut off essentially or outside of ODU is going to create some traffic issues for people in that area. You simply, at this point, doesn't look like you can get through it. I do wonder, are we able to pull in Marta now? Is she, okay, are we good? Okay, if we can, let's do so. We have Marta Berglund, who is in our streaming studio 2 right now. Marta, I see the big caution sign there. So traffic's definitely going to be impacted probably for some time.
Yeah, so these signals on the map, they auto-populate based on what's reported to police, what's reported to the Virginia Department of Transportation. This big exclamation point was reported to police as police activity. So it does not specify on the map that that's what's going on here. But of course, Hampton Boulevard is our main concern at this time. That road, treat that as closed because of course there's police cars everywhere. That area you will not be able to get through. 39th Street, that is where Constance Hall is. So that intersection completely closed off to traffic. Then you have Colley, where traffic is also extremely congested. So even in the areas of the Old Dominion University campus or areas where you are not, you know, technically on campus, but you're in the area of Lambert's Point and Colonial Place, completely avoid that area because you don't know where there's going to be police. We know some roads like Hampton Boulevard are closed. But if you're not a student, if you're somebody that maybe takes Hampton Boulevard to head to Naval Station Norfolk or something like that, best option for you right now is going to be to take Granby Street because that kind of clears away from this scene completely. So you're not even in the same neighborhood as Old Dominion University, and that's going to help you. You really don't want to be in the area of campus because, again, even though the scene is secured, as you mentioned, Eugene, police are going to be in the area probably for the rest of the day and maybe beyond that. So continuing to watch Hampton Boulevard, that's our main concern. That's where you want to avoid. This is 49th Street. 39th Street is where Constance Hall is located. That's why we're seeing that extra congestion on the map. That red there, that's going to be Colley Avenue for you. That's another area you want to avoid. Again, if you do usually take Hampton Boulevard, you're somebody that avoids 564 for Naval Station Norfolk. Granby Street's going to be the best option for you. You can jump on the interstate and avoid those delays. Guys.
All right, thank you for that, Marta, because there are going to be a lot of people impacted by that traffic situation here today, especially as we're now at noon, which we know there are a lot of people who use Hampton Boulevard to get up and down. We appreciate you. Okay, we want to pull up. We just saw that the governor has spoken on this. We see Governor Abigail Spanberger just at 11:57 this morning saying that she is closely monitoring the on-campus shooting at Old Dominion University, saying she has spoken with university leadership and her administration remains in close contact with local emergency responders as state support has been mobilized to assist ODU and Norfolk. And remember, we had told you, as we continue to look there on the scene, we have seen first responders and law enforcement from across the region. Norfolk and Virginia Beach responded to this, police departments. We know ODU have their police officers who are there on the scene already, and we know that agents with the ATF are there. And now you hear from the governor that state resources have also been poured into this. Okay, let's take you to one of our reporters on the scene. We have Layla Cox there. She is with another young person. I imagine this is another student. Layla, could you please introduce, and I'll let you take it from there.
Yeah, Eugene, I'm here with another Old Dominion University student, Joseph. He's a sophomore. He's just, worried about what happened today, and he actually said he saw firsthand a few of the law enforcement in their first matters of getting to Constant Hall. Joseph, first and foremost, how are you feeling? And then tell us a little bit about what you saw and how you're feeling about the response of today.
Well, I'm feeling worried about everyone, all the students here and all the professors that were in the building, and I just hope everyone's okay. I was right down the road on Hampton Boulevard, probably 500 feet, when I got the text on my phone about the shooter, and then like about 30 seconds later, I saw a whole bunch of cops coming down. They were coming down the opposite side of the road because there was just so much traffic backed up. I thought there was a crash, and then I was finally able to park just down the road, and I saw smoke and rubber, so I thought maybe there was a crash right here. But then I walked over, and it was just so many cops, and then about 15 minutes after I got here, all these ambulances rolled up. And I saw some tarp over there. They had yellow and red tarp. I don't know if they were covering bodies or something, but yeah.
Right, and I imagine, a few of the students we've been speaking with today said that they had midterms today. I know classes have been canceled, and some students are hoping for classes to be canceled tomorrow, just for some time to kind of debrief from what happened today. How are you looking? How are you going to, recover, from today emotionally? I know you said it's very heartbreaking,
I don't know. I mean, it sucks that this is happening right before spring break, and now people are going to have to, time when they're supposed to be enjoying themselves, they're going to have to think about this. It's just awful.
Thank you, Joseph. And you told me that you're from Hampton, so I know your family's not too far. Did you let your family know that you were okay?
Yeah, my brother was just down the road working as an electrician with the fire department number 13, and he was letting me know. Like, he was asking me before I even got the text about it that the ambulance was sent down here. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Joseph. You go ahead and get safe and try to enjoy the rest of your day, all right? Yeah, thank you, Joseph. So that's just hearing from another student, but I just want to say I spoke with a parent of an Old Dominion University student who had been waiting out here for my earlier live shots, looking very worried and frantic. He said his son was still trying to get across the other side of the campus to meet him on this side. And just a few moments ago, he told me he was able to meet his son kind of throughout his worries. It really caused some relief from him to be able to hug his son again. He was waiting out here for hours as he saw steady law enforcement come, ambulances, and was just worried that out of those two that we know have been injured were not his son. And thankfully he was able to reconvene with his son today.
Layla, thank you for that. And, we were just noticing, if we can pan back behind you here to where the law enforcement officers are. The only reason why I say this, yes, there's still a heavy presence that's here in this area, but Sarah just brought up a great point too as you were finishing up your point there, Layla. It does appear that we've seen some of the local authorities kind of clear out from the area. A very large presence still there, but it does appear to be a little less at this point than what we saw at the height of it just under an hour ago. That probably speaks to, again, Old Dominion University saying that they have given the all clear. There's no longer an active threat there on campus, but you can see plenty of police and first responders still on the scene. And we also know that we have authorities, again, from state, local, and federal. I want to read this to us here real quick, if we can bring this up. Thank you, Layla. Stay tight. We'll come back to you. We hear from FBI Director Kash Patel. He just put this out as well, saying that FBI personnel are providing assistance and working with local authorities responding to the shooting at Old Dominion University, saying that they will update as they are able. And so, again, it's more confirmation just on the the stretch that this has had when it comes to all of the various levels of agencies that have their eyes on this particular situation that we have now seen unfold there at Old Dominion University. Again, a gunman opened fire inside of Constant Hall around 10:50. Before that, around 10:50 this morning, 2 people were hurt. The gunman is now dead. Those 2 individuals who are hurt have been sent to a hospital. We don't know the state of their injuries at this time, nor do we have any IDs. Now, I want to say, I wonder when we'll get our next maybe official update from them. When it will be 10:30? 12:30? Okay. So within the next few minutes, we are expecting to hear more information from officials at Old Dominion University. As you can see there, they are still on the scene for this situation. Okay, let's do this. Let's, Janet, bring you back on at this moment. We were just talking about, parents, the sigh of relief that they may be having right now for those students that are on campus, to get that all clear, to know that the threat is not there. But even for local schools, we know from Norfolk Public Schools that there were several nearby schools that they also had police there, just making sure, just from a safety
put on
protocol.
lockdown, just for, yes.
So these situations, when this happens, it's not just students, it's not just faculty, it's not just the parents of those. It really does impact, and everybody within that community nearby, you're on edge trying to know what's going on.
Yeah, and particularly a campus like Old Dominion, that's an urban campus and an open campus and near so many businesses and, other schools.
And neighborhoods,
and
houses,
and
right there, right in the mix of neighborhoods.
Yeah, you have it all right there. So that all clear definitely comes as a relief. And I tell you, the Old Dominion University communications are doing a very good job at providing these updates almost on the 15 minutes or the half hour. They put out an update and they say our next update will be at 12:30 or our next update 12:15, and they're hitting it right on the dot. That is so important, because when you have situations like this, people want to be informed. They want to know everything that they can possibly know at that time. Even though there is an all clear and the situation has been neutralized, you still wonder, you start wondering about, kind of the aftermath and who might have been involved, and it's going to take a while to get that information, but it helps that the university has been very transparent so far in getting out that information. And as a parent, that is what they want to know. And you can imagine, usually when your kid goes to school, you are tied in to that social media or any of the alerts that the university sends out. You get them immediately. And so that provides some relief, particularly if you're miles and miles away and you can't get to your child.
And we talked about the unfortunate normality now of these situations.
Yeah.
Right? Just even sitting there and reading that update, well, the response from FBI Director Kash Patel, it immediately sent me back to when we saw the situation unfold at Brown University, and him putting out a similar kind of statement with what was going on there. And you just think that if you're a student today, if you're a parent today, everyone has heard of, for sure, of a school shooting happening. You followed it closely. I think of that in the standpoint of when the university first put out their alert, they gave the basic information, but they said, we want you to follow the run, hide, fight protocol. They didn't need to say much more than that. The students, when you see that now you know what that means.
You know what that means.
You know what it means. And we heard from, at least now, I think that was our 4th, maybe 5th student. 3 of those, I believe, that we talked to were inside of Constant Hall, and each of them described how they responded, and it is what they ran or they hid. I think there was one young man who said that he hid for a brief period in a bathroom, and then others, they just tried to get out. And heaven forbid, anyone in the fight scenario, right? But they know what to do now, and a part of that is training, and a part of that is because this has become, unfortunately,
just way too common. And I think when that term first came out, I can remember some people sort of picking on it and thinking, well, what is that? Run, hide, fight? Because it sounds so basic. you know. But that has become something that people universally take very seriously. And run is what these students did. You try to get away as quickly as you can. You run, you escape the area. If you are not able to do that, then you hide. You go into a bathroom and you lock the door. You barricade yourself into a room. You do whatever you need to do to try to protect yourself from the gunman. And an absolute last resort is the fight.
Yeah.
You come face to face, you got to fight for your life. And, you know, that's the situation that you certainly hope does not happen.
Yeah.
But that's what that means. And it is an official protocol. And it appears that they followed that today.
I want to do this. Let's hear from them directly, okay? We have Derek. Okay, we can send it to Derek, but I do, just the segue is good. We're going to get to Derek Lytle in just a quick moment. No, we're going to him right now? Okay. We got Derek, who is there on the scene now, too. Derek, you guys are in position. Are you guys getting any new information there? What do you know?
Yeah, hey, Eugene. Let me tell you this. It's just dozens of people scattered throughout this gas station just across the street where they now have everything blocked off. A lot of people taking photos, talking to one another, trying to figure out what's going on. I did just talk to a mother that says she lives in Harrisonburg. She says she hadn't been able to get a hold of her son. She was actually getting updates through our news station, and she was super nervous. She said she just got a hold of him. He's locked down in his dorm room. But for parents, it's that scare you guys talk about of the not knowing. A lot of kids go out of state or out of their local community to attend college and get that degree, and not being able to get a hold of them in the modern day of technology is what's scaring most people. It's a very active scene as we have it. I actually just got off the phone with my mother. They're on vacation in Arizona, road tripping right now, and they had it on their hotel room TV right now, asking me, "Are you at the scene?" It's a talker all throughout this early Thursday, and obviously something no one wants to deal with. But it's a very active scene. A lot of people just hanging out, asking questions, seeing if they can learn more. We got a lot of police presence, fire crews, you name it here. A lot of it's been roped off. We actually, our photog Luca was telling me that he could hear them kind of going back and forth with whoever might have been that suspect in that hall just before they were roping off the scene even more. A lot of moving parts to unpack here, and I'm sure we will only learn more as we go through the day, you guys.
Derek, we appreciate you so much. Hey, Derek, we just got an update from the president of Old Dominion University, Brian Hemphill. I'm just going to read as much as I can here. You can just bring it back on us now, Sarah. Reading out, saying earlier today, Old Dominion University faced a tragedy on our main campus. Said he's grateful for the swift response of our police officers, emergency management personnel, and our partners at the city of Norfolk who promptly assisted the injured. Due to this incident, Old Dominion University has canceled classes and suspended operations on main campus for the remainder of the day. Due to the ongoing investigation, they are asking to please avoid the area in and around Constant Hall that you're looking at there live on your screen. And he says to continue to follow instructions from ODU alerts. Family Information Center is available and in Chartway Arena's Big Blue room. Okay, that's, I think, right near the area as well. Says student, faculty, and staff are encouraged to go to Broderick Dining Commons for lunch and counseling support. They also have a 24/7 peer support community called Talk Campus and other online counseling services and resources available for students. He points them to a website. If you're listening to this and you have a student or you need that, it's www.odu.edu/counseling-services. They are saying they're going to provide more information. Now, I want to read this at the end from Dr. Brian Hemphill. He says the safety of our campus community is his top priority, saying they're deeply committed to safeguarding all monarchs, ensuring a secure learning, living, and working environment at all times, saying they take this responsibility very seriously. They're remaining vigilant in our efforts to maintain a safe campus. And at the end, he extends his thoughts and prayers to those impacted by the incident, as well as the entire campus and the broader community. That was from Dr. Brian Hemphill, the president of Old Dominion University. At this time, Sarah, what I would like to do is if we can play sound from a student that Madison Schlegel spoke with earlier today, and we had him live on our stream, detailing his experience from the moments that he realized something was going on inside of Constant Hall.
John, do you mind telling me a little bit about what was happening in class when you guys heard that alert?
Yeah, well, it was just normal class, and then suddenly there was kind of a thud, and then a tons of running down the hallway and screaming, and then the fire alarm went off, and then it was just a bunch of movement, and it kind of felt like a fire drill. And then we got outside, and someone yelled that it was an active shooter or something like that, and we all kind of like ran out of there.
So you said that people were running. What was going through your head when not excitement, but the kind of danger that flashed through everybody's head kind of started to set in?
Yeah, honestly, I was just hoping that the people that were involved were all right and that it would all settle out. I mean, I wasn't worried about myself. Like, I know where I'm going if I'm leaving, so it's no biggie. But just hoping that everyone else is okay.
Right, and so this is just a typical Thursday for you guys here, but unfortunately this kind of massive event has now happened. Hopefully we're going to learn more information from police about what exactly has happened. But seeing this kind of action on campus, is this something that you've never seen before?
Yeah, not something I've ever seen, not something I've ever witnessed at all, definitely.
And seeing this amount of police here right now, are you a little maybe struck by the amount of officers and police officers we keep rolling up?
Yeah, definitely. I was very surprised that but it's good because they're here to protect us and take care of us. And so that's a good sign that we've got this many people watching our back.
And when you were leaving that building, were officers telling you guys anything specific as you were leaving, aka anywhere to stay away from, if classes are going to be canceled for the rest of the day, anything like that?
Yeah. I hope classes are canceled because I got 2 midterms to take, so that'd be nice. I wasn't getting any notifications about that so far, but just to stay away from Constant Hall, which is where it happened.
So that's the only thing that officers were kind of saying, just to stay out of the Constant Hall area?
Yeah, out of the off campus, really.
Okay.
As much as possible.
So
do you mind just one more time for us?
Young man detailing what he experienced inside, and I want to say, we just got an update on the 2 victims that we now know are in critical condition at Norfolk Synagogue Hospital. We just got that from them, that there are 2 patients there who are in critical condition. And that's the first that we've gotten as far as when it comes to their actual condition, the state. Again, 2 people were hurt in this shooting, and we know that the gunman is also dead. Well, obviously, man, heart drops to hear that at the moment. I want to bring in right now the grandmother of one of the students at Old Dominion University. I have on the phone with me right now, Nikki Curry. And Nikki, first off, you were telling me that your grandson happened to not be in class today, but he would have been in that building. How are you feeling this morning? And I know that you have some other students that you're connected with as well.
My grandson is a finance major there at Old Dominion University, and that's where he normally has his classes. It's funny, I didn't know anything about the shooting until I looked up. I was watching Live Impact News. I was watching you. I was sitting here working at my desk, and I just so happened to look up because the TV is kind of faint in the background. And I saw, on the screen that there had been a shooting at ODU, and my heart just dropped. And I'm just now getting my nerves together. So everything began at that point. I actually reached out to my grandson. He wasn't answering his phone. I texted and called his mother, and she didn't answer, nor did she respond to my text messages. So I thought about reaching out to the other grandparents, and I couldn't find their phone number. I don't know if it was nerves or something else, but I just could not find the other grandmother's phone number. So I reached out through Facebook messaging, and she just so happened to respond. And that's when she told me that my grandson did not go to school today. However, his roommate, which is his brother, not my grandson, but his brother, did go to school, and he was in that building when all the shooting took place.
And so for his brother, his roommate, what can you tell us, if anything, about his experience? I'm assuming he made it out of the building.
Yes, according to the other grandmother, she said that Dylan, he did make it out the building. However, when all the shooting was happening, he actually had to hide in the bathroom. He was very nervous, very afraid, and he had to wait until the police arrived before he exited the bathroom. But yes, he was hiding in the bathroom. He could hear everything. So I'm waiting on a call from them now. The family's in an uproar. We're just trying to figure out what's going on. We're a pretty close family on both sides. And my son is the father to my grandson, of course. And everyone's just asking me, do I know what's going on? And I'm just getting information. It's slowly and trickling in as we speak. So, but everybody's okay. They're back at their apartment in Norfolk, which is not far from Old Dominion University. But the young man that was in the bathroom hiding, he is very shaken, from what I understand.
I mean,
he is traumatized.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, this is such a scary and traumatizing situation for anybody who would be involved, and especially for you, Nikki, as a grandparent. And we appreciate you taking the time to even speak with us and sharing your experience and what you are feeling. Can you tell me, for the rest of the family, are they local? Are they further away from Norfolk? And I ask because we were talking earlier, just even as a parent or a grandparent, how it feels when something's happening and you're not close to your baby. So in proximity, are they nearby? Are they able to get close to be able to touch and see them?
Some of the family members are here in the area. As a matter of fact, my sister's calling me right now. They're watching the news. My son, which is the father, my grandson, he is not in the area, and he's calling and texting saying, "Where's CJ? Where's CJ?" So I'm texting him. I guess the news is, spreading in other regions, and I'm letting him know that I did find out that my grandson CJ is okay. He was not at school. And yes, we do have family members across the United States, and I'm sure everyone is calling, asking, inquiring. But this is very traumatic, very traumatic. These kids are thinking they're going to school every day or going to college and everything is good. And then something like this happens.
What year is your grandson in school?
My grandson is a junior.
So he's a junior.
He's a finance major. Mm-hmm.
He's a junior. So he's about a year out from being out of school there at Old Dominion University, graduating. And, it's another one of those things, too, Nikki, full disclosure for those, we know each other, prior to this this broadcast. And, I know that you are very keen on knowing what's happening in the news. You are someone who always stays informed. But for this to hit so close to home for you, I'm sure is adding to that that anxiety that you felt within all of this. And I'm sure the relief is that much sweeter now, knowing that he was not in school.
Yes. The relief is what I needed. I'm still kind of shaken up. I'm wringing my hands right now, and I'm just like, oh my goodness. Not being able to talk to him at the moment, not hearing anything. It took me a little while to get in touch with his grandmother, and again, I had to contact her through Facebook Messenger, because for some reason I just could not find her phone number in my contacts, which is weird. I probably was overlooking it and just so nervous at the time. And I'm just glad he's okay. I don't know why he skipped school today, but kind of glad he did, because he would have been in that building. He definitely would have been in that building.
Nikki, I'm going to open the mic here for Janet Roach, who's in with us right now. And Janet, I don't know if you had any questions or comments for Nikki.
No, I just, hi, Nikki. Thank you so much for talking with us. I appreciate it. And I heard that relief, that sigh, that you gave. What are some of the questions that you have now as a grandmother?
Some of the questions I have right now is, how did this happen? Were there any protocols in place? I was listening to Live Impact News broadcast earlier, and one of the students said that he heard that it was something about an ROTC student. I'm not sure, and I don't want to convey that if it's not true or verified, but how did this happen? And I thought ODU was a very secure campus, but you just never know. So those are some of my questions.
Right.
Where was the protection? Are there any security guards there?
Yeah,
What's
those
next?
are excellent
How are we
questions.
protecting our children? Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Those are great questions, especially as we said, it's an open campus. So what does the university do to secure each building that is there on this campus in a very populated portion of the city?
And in many cases, you can just walk in, you can walk on campus and just walk right into a building. Don't know if that was the case here, but that is with a lot of public universities. So, they'll be interviewing witnesses. They're going to take a look at any, maybe footage.
Of course.
That might be in the area. And they'll evaluate their policy as well to try to answer some of the questions that parents and grandmothers like Nikki clearly still have.
Yeah, and you can imagine that is one of the next stages that they'll look at, right? The first thing is you want to get to the situation. You want to make sure that everything is secure and people are okay. Then you figure out a motive and what happened. And then it's, how can we make sure that something like this can't happen again? And all of those stages,
Right.
you imagine, are going to take place relatively quickly. Nikki, again, thank you so much for even taking the time to talk to us. I heard you say that your sister was calling you. Please call your sister. Make sure that, whatever information they probably want to get from you, so they can feel that same level of relief. And we're glad to hear that your young ones are okay this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. So, I think that's a good perspective to hear from, Janet. I mean, to hear from a parent or a grandparent, not only to get the perspective of what happened you heard her talk about her grandson's roommate or brother who had to hide in a bathroom in that moment, instinctively knowing to do those things, but speaking to, again, that relief that probably a lot of parents are feeling at this very moment, knowing that the threat is over. You would imagine for at least, the thousands of parents, except for maybe those two that we're still, waiting to be identified, who are in critical condition. It's a tough situation.
Very tough. And you could hear her talk about her initial panic. She didn't know about it until she was watching Live Impact News, and then immediately she starts to think about, what about my grandson? And frantically trying to get in touch with him, and we're so thankful that he is safe. A good day for him not to be in class, but obviously his brother, glad that he is okay as well. But that's the panic that just shoots through you when you hear about something like that. You can't help it, because, one of the students talked about, you always hear about this and it's like it's a world away. It's like far away. You don't think about it being right here in your own facilities, in your own backyard. And that's what's beginning to happen, where so many people now can talk about incidents that have happened either where they were or where they had a family member. And, I think that within itself is tragic. So obviously when Miss Curry heard what was going on, she's thinking that, my grandson could be harmed. This isn't necessarily something that's going to happen to someone else. It could happen to him. And she, rightfully so, she panicked, but he is okay. And so we're glad about that.
Yeah, and we saw, if you were listening while we were talking with Nikki, we had a box open where you saw law enforcement seemingly escorting a line of students toward Chartway Arena there, which is across the street, essentially cat a corner from where the main police presence in the situation took place. That is because, if you heard me say earlier from the message sent out from ODU's president, that the Family Information Center is available. That's inside of Chartway Arena's facility, and I believe that's probably where they're taking certain individuals. Maybe, they're they don't have anywhere to go right now, whatever it may be, but they're taking them there. Who knows? That parking garage is there. There's probably a lot of people who are blocked in. If they're students or whatever, maybe they live off campus.
Is that where they're doing the counseling?
The counseling services are
in the dining.
They are available at the dining commons. So Broderick Dining Commons. I have a map pulled up. Let me see if that is in the same direction.
Yes, the Broderick Dining.
Do you see
Commons.
it? Do you see it? Let me see if we can find it. I know we had a map pulled up at some point there.
That's also where they have 24/7 peer support community in action. So you probably do have a lot of people going to that facility to lean on each other.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for exactly where that particular dining center is located, and I'm looking at the map, and I'm not able to at the very moment. But for those who are familiar with campus, again, where they are hosting those services are the Broderick Dining Commons. That's also for lunch for people, who may need to get something in their stomach that they can eat right now. And again, those counseling services that Janet just spoke of, that's at the Broderick Dining Commons. That's where that is located. Okay. Yeah, I can't see it there, Sarah, but hopefully for people who are familiar with campus, they will be able to navigate and just at least with that information be able to find where that is currently located. Let's see one thing real quick. Okay, so with that, let's talk about this the traffic situation there at Hampton Boulevard again, at least one more time, because I'm talking about navigating there. That area is still blocked off if you're trying to roll through. I do believe you can see there the car that was there. Marta, where are we with the traffic situation there around ODU?
All right, so let's review a few things about where everything is located so we can get some perspective on what exactly they're talking about when it comes to these closures. So you've got Constant Hall that's right at the corner of Hampton Boulevard and 49th Street. Broderick Dining Commons, which Eugene was just mentioning, further down 49th Street closer to Powhatan Avenue. And then of course you have Hampton Boulevard, you've got Chartway Arena on the other side. So people having to cross that main street to get to Chartway Arena. What do you need to know if you're a driver? Well, first of all, you want to avoid this area completely if you can. This is, of course, the scene where that incident happened. Hampton Boulevard, you've got 38th Street and then Colley Avenue. Hampton Boulevard still completely closed at this time. Janet, do you mind hitting the space bar for me on the computer? And then we can advance the graphics, maybe? No, but that's okay. We can talk about it without it. As we take a look at this intersection, that stretch of road is going to be closed off. 49th Street is going to be closed off. You may be thinking, okay, I'll just take Colley Avenue. That's probably a good alternate route for me. I still would not recommend. I think it's a little bit too close to campus, and the map is still reporting congestion in that area. So do keep that in mind. Of course, further this way, you're going to have Granby Street, you're going to have Llewellyn Avenue. Those are going to be the better options for you when it comes to heading through the area. If you're not related to the ODU campus, if you're not trying to get to ODU, again, avoid the area altogether, but the closest, I would say, to get to ODU without being nearby this scene is going to be Granby Street for you. And if you're, heading towards Naval Station Norfolk, the 564 interchange or the 64 interchange, Granby Street will dump you out right there and you won't have to deal with either the interstate traffic or, of course, this scene this morning. So that's the area we completely want to avoid. It's mainly this corner of Hampton Boulevard and 49th Street. If we do get a minute, I would like to, okay, we'll send it back to you guys. But again, you've been seeing those live pictures. They're right at that corner. So that is what we're seeing in terms of closures. So just keep that in mind when you're watching the video. Keep this map in your head. That's what we're looking at. Back to you.
Okay, Marta, thank you for that. We do have our reporters who are out on the field right now. Again, if you are just now joining in with us, an active shooter situation took place today at Old Dominion University. Police still on the scene. The gunman is dead. 2 people are hurt in critical condition at Centera Norfolk General Hospital, which is where we find Jeremiah Beatty. She is outside of that facility right now. Jeremiah, do you have any information for us that you've now learned?
Hey there, Eugene. So a much quieter scene here outside the hospital. We had crews arrive here around 11:45. They said they saw several first responders arrive here. Now I want to kind of point your direction. We see at least 4 police cars here with Norfolk police outside this hospital. We're just stationed outside the Level 1 Trauma Center here at Centera Norfolk Hospital. And you know, this is only 10 minutes from that large crime scene at ODU, but you can see not a lot of activity, but we have been able to confirm from Norfolk hospital officials that 2 patients are here. They are connected to the current investigation that's going on right now, and we know they're in critical condition, but we have not, again, learned any of the details pertaining to if they were students, their ages, any of that information. We just know that they are seeking treatment here at this hospital. But again, a much quieter scene here this afternoon. We'll continue to follow what we see outside the hospital here for you, but I'm going to send it back to you, Eugene, in the studio.
Okay, Jeremiah, thank you for giving us an idea of what it's like there on the scene. And back on campus, we have Madison Schlegel, who's also there. Let's see if we can take her and pull her up here real quick. Madison, if you can hear me, trying to get her shot up real quick. Again, still a fluid situation when it comes to, we got all of these teams who are out here right now. It has now started to rain as well, so you can see it there. Okay, there you go. All right, Madison, if you can hear me, nod your head. All right, so what can you tell us? All right, we'll come back. We'll come back. There's no problem. Let's see. You'll see?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 12, 13,
Okay,
14,
there you
15,
go. We can hear you.
16. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Again, a lot of the elements, the rain has just started coming down hard. I wanted Connor to get off the tripod here so we could show you the area. Obviously, the police cars that we saw right down this street here, down Hampton Boulevard, have minimized since we've been here last. But again, Hampton Boulevard is still empty. But along in this street, we just saw police officers with strings of people walking down this road, coming across this intersection, walking across this intersection, and coming right into here. This is Chartway Arena right behind us. Now, Chartway Arena is where they've got the Family Information Center right now for people who do have concerns about their loved ones. And again, I would say we saw at least half a dozen police officers with each about 10 to 12 people being ushered from this area. I would say anywhere between probably 2 dozen to maybe 3 dozen to 4 dozen different amounts of people that they shepherd down the Hampton Boulevard here across the street and into the Chartway Arena. Again, we've been showing you those maps of where those different pinpoint places are on campus where there have been investigations and where they are sending people even for those counseling. But I want to swing you back over here again. Usually during this time, Hampton Boulevard is stocked with people. You know, this is a busy, heavy thoroughfare. And for us to be standing in the middle of the street in an afternoon like this on a Thursday just really isn't unheard of. But as we've kind of monitored, you know, we are a little bit further down from that original scene where our other crews are. But right here, this is a thoroughfare where those students are coming from. So we've heard from students that were in the building when it happened, who heard some of those gunshots. We also spoke with some students who said that they saw somebody laying on the ground. We also heard about the stampeding footsteps that they remember, just the moments when those fire alarms started going off in the building on campus. But again, we've seen some students coming to and from. Now with this rain really beating down on us, the campus really is starting to clear out. But once again, over here at the Chartway Arena, that's where they're sending people who have any questions or qualms right now with their family members or are concerned about what's going on. So if you do have a loved one and you're wanting to know what's going on, right here behind us, the Chartway Arena is the perfect place to start, especially when it comes to answering some of those questions. But live here in Norfolk, Madison Schlegel, 13 News Now.
Okay, Madison, thank you for that. And we are expecting now to get some more answers around 2 o'clock seeing from university officials that they will be holding a press conference around that time. So we do expect to potentially learn more information at 2 o'clock from ODU and likely law enforcement officials at that time. Let's go ahead and bring Derek Lytle back into this at the moment. Derek, you also are there on campus. What have you learned, and what part of I'm trying to see what part of campus. You're not far from where the actual stage is right now.
Yeah, no, we're not far at all, just across from Miller's gas station right here off 49th Street. I've been talking to several different students. We had several students being escorted through the middle part of campus by law enforcement. Law enforcement holding assault rifles, still walking up and down the street. We've seen Virginia Beach police units even out here assisting. A lot going on, and as it adds to this gruesome day is just the downpour of wind and rain that we're now seeing has forced everybody down into the patios here. A lot to unpack. I talked to a student that says he's only been an ODU student for about 6 months. He says he was listening to music, just hanging out before class started in his car when he heard the shots, he heard everything start to go on, and he heard a bunch of screams. He said he didn't think anything of it until he heard about a fourth scream, and then bolted out of his car and went to check out what was happening. He's only been here in town for 6 months, guys. I think we have the conversation loaded up, but just a little tidbit from it, if we can play that.
Hold on, Derek, we don't currently have that queued at the moment, but I do want to say this.
Okay.
As you're there and you talk about some of the students being ushered by, we had Layla Cox, who was able to speak with a student, and I want you to be able to hear from him here for a moment here, Derek. So we'll come right back to you, but listen to what he said. Again, this was our Layla Cox, who was there on the scene as well.
Jamal Johnson, and I'm a sophomore here.
Sophomore? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Jamar, kind of talk me through how your day had been going, early morning, Thursday classes, and then what?
And so I was in my room when everything broke down. My brother was actually on campus, and he texted our group chat. He was like that he was neutralized. The shooter was in his building that he went and hid in the classroom. And when that happened, my heart kind of sunk a little bit because that's like family right there to me. I was just praying that nothing happened as long as with other students on campus. And I'm glad there's no deaths in the situation of victims, and I'm praying that each and every victim has a full recovery and everything goes good for the rest of their time here, and that hopefully they can find some type of way to cope with this.
Right, and how are you feeling about seeing this major police response? I mean, several different agencies from Norfolk, Portsmouth, Virginia Beach, federal and state agencies out here really trying to, lock down and figure out where the culprit was.
I'm just glad they were able to do it in a timely manner, and assure us that, us students here are safe. Because, like I said, we stay here for the majority of our time. We live here, and a situation like this can really bring students down. Just not the shooter on the loose, have worry in our faces. And so I'm just glad they were able to neutralize the situation. I'm glad to see a police response and how quick it was and how quick the ambulances came to help out the students that were hurt. And I'm just really glad to see that from all levels.
Thank you, Jamar. And anything else you'd like to share at this time?
No, that would be it.
Okay, all right. And Jamar, you spell your name J-A-M-A-R?
It's Jamal.
Jamal.
And we've been listening to students, hearing from them throughout this morning and talking to our reporters about their experiences, both being inside of that building when this all took place and then those who just got that alert and wanted to get to a safe space. Derek, I bring you back in. You were talking about a soundbite that you also gathered and talking with someone. If you can just lead us into it real quick. We do have that queued now, and we'll play it. I don't know if he can quite. Derek, I don't know. Can you hear me? Nod your head if you can hear me at the moment.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. We were just saying, we're about to play the soundbite that you were talking to us about. For those of us who are just coming in, can you talk a little, lead us into it, and then we'll play it. But for those who don't know who it is that you spoke to and what it was about.
Sure, yeah, it was a student. He's only been at ODU for 6 months. He was getting ready for his Thursday morning just before classes. He was listening to music, about to get out of his car, when he says he heard shots, he heard screaming. He didn't think much of it at first, and then when he heard a fourth, fifth scream is when he got out of his car and said, hey, this could be a real thing. Just getting into that audio if you want to roll it.
Basically, I was in the parking garage or whatnot, chilling, listening to music. I hear like 3 screams, and I ain't think none of it. Then I heard another scream. I went down, looked, and it was just a guy laying on the ground. Couple people telling everybody just sit back and all that.
Now, I think the biggest takeaway, in my opinion, from that soundbite, we hear him say he didn't think anything of it. I feel like we're so decentralized with social media nowadays. We see shootings across the country that pop up left and right that it just has become such a common occurrence. And he was telling me it's like he didn't think much of it at first. It's like now we have 2 people critical in this. It's just an alarming takeaway when you think about it and what we're going through now with the pouring rain coming down and students having to carry out their day. Thinking of those 2 people in the hospital, it makes you think a lot in this day of technology, Eugene.
Yeah, certainly, and we've been talking about that. Derek Lytle there reporting about, from a parent perspective. We heard from a grandparent live over on air about 30 minutes ago. The moment that something is going on campus and your child, your grandchild, your nephew, niece, whatever it may be, could potentially be in harm's way, it is absolutely a very scary situation, very anxious situation. And yes, your hearts go out to not only the individuals who are currently in the hospital critical, but also their families, all of the families who are involved in this situation, including for the gunman in this case as well. They also have family members within this. Again, 2 people hurt. They're in critical condition at a hospital, and a gunman is dead at this time as well, according to police and ODU officials. And do we have this footage ready now, Sarah, that we can show people? Yes? Okay, we want to show some video that we also have been sent from a viewer here that appears to show students running in that area. When you speak to the anxieties and the moments of this happening on your school campus, you can see there the person getting video of students leaving from that area there on 49th Street and Hampton Boulevard. And I'm not quite sure exactly what street this is. Let me see if I could stop it, but you can just see that they are trying to get to safety. Clearly, this is before police had blocked off that road, as you can see those 18-wheelers and that truck there. But certainly in this moment, we talked about how so many students now know that run, hide, and fight wording, which is what the school sent out in that first ODU alert to the community there. They know if something happens, they need to get going and they need to get to a safe space. We heard from at least 3 students who were inside of Constant Hall when this shooting took place, and they were speaking about their experiences. And Janet, I'll pull you back into this because you listened to those interviews as I did as well. And we were talking about how, they immediately upon knowing something was wrong, those students, we talk about the law enforcement, they all say that law enforcement acted quickly. Those students also made sure that they got into a place where they felt safe. And we were talking about, like, as a student nowadays, you go to school, this is something you're thinking could potentially happen.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And in many cases, students have already been through drills, even in their elementary and middle schools and high schools. We were kids, it was the tornado drill. But now it's the active shooting drill. And we know that ODU has had they've been sort of in the front lines of some of these exercises where they hold a actually multi-day shooting drill, focusing on emergency personnel, some classroom instruction on one day, and then the next day they're doing some very realistic exercises with Norfolk Police and ODU Police. And speaking of students, we heard from Norfolk Public Schools. We know that there were some elementary schools that were put on what they call a secure hold because they are close close to the campus. That was Largemont Elementary, James Monroe Elementary, W.H. Taylor Elementary. But Norfolk Public Schools also had several students from all of the high schools in the area who were on campus, part of what it's called a SOAR program, SOAR, a SOAR tour. They actually had to shelter in place. They are all accounted for. They are safe, but that had to be a scary moment for some high school students coming in and wanting to experience some of what the university has to offer, and they have to go through that. So it's a good thing that they did what they were supposed to do in terms of sheltering in place, and that they're okay.
Yeah, and that's, it's the importance of training. When these situations happen, that you don't know when they're going to take place. But when you have that training, when you have these things that have been put into your mind, as whether you're a student, whether you're a teacher, whether you're, obviously law enforcement is going to be trained for these moments. This is why you do it. This is why you do it.
Yeah.
Again, we want to let people know we are expecting to hear from officials at ODU and likely local law enforcement as well at 2 p.m.
You can see students hugging each other and leaning on each other, too. The emotions, obviously, very, very high there right now. And thank goodness. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Eugene. I saw that, and they already have counseling in place. They have a program, is sort of a peer community support that is set up in the Broderick Dining Commons.
Yes.
They're telling students go there where they have 24/7 help, and obviously that's something that a lot of students will need. As more information comes in, and we talked again, I've been really impressed with the students that we heard from today.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Not only talking about their individual experiences, but expressing concern and support for the people who are closer to what happened, and recognizing that there are people that were right up close to that trauma and wishing for their emotional support and recovery as well. So yeah, I've been very, very impressed with those students.
Yeah, and you're referencing to a student that Madison Schlegel spoke with earlier today, and that was one of his comments. He's like, my heart goes out to the people who saw it happen.
Yes.
Because again, the trauma that could carry beyond this point is significant. You think about that, and these are students who are going to campus believing that, yes, they will be safe. This is not something that they ever want to deal with. You're going there so you can better your education and your life, and they're going to have to go back. To campus. And so that is now something that is going to be in a lot of their minds anytime that they're going to try to, again, further their education.
And there will be a lot of questions. We were talking to Nikki Curry a little while ago. She's a grandmother. She has this grandson there. And she has questions. She wants to know, how did this happen? And that is the overwhelming question. How did this happen? What kind of security protocols were there in place? Are you able to just walk into any of the buildings because it is a public university? Just things like that. Policy will be evaluated. They'll look at their protocols and they'll try to learn from them.
Well, Jenna, let's go back live out into the field right now. We mentioned Layla Cox, one of our reporters who's there. You've talked to a number of different students here live and then also off camera as well. What are some new things that you're learning, or just from the experiences that you've already heard from some of the people that you're talking with?
Yeah, good afternoon, Eugene, and to those folks that are tuning in right now. This breaking news coverage here at Old Dominion University. Like you just mentioned, I've been speaking with several students down here, parents as well, that have been very concerned about what took place, but again, proud of the law enforcement response that has been seen. But overall, students are concerned about the aftermath of what happened today and how that's going to affect them in the long run, emotionally, mentally, physically, and academically speaking. As you guys mentioned, they're possibly going to have to return to classes tomorrow. And a lot of the students we spoke with today said that they had midterm exams. So there's already that academic exhaustion in preparing for those exams, coming in ready to go, and then to be, alerted by the university system or alerted in their classroom by commotion and sound and gunfire that they had to run, hide, and flight away from the campus. A few of the students that I've spoken with today hope that classes are canceled tomorrow. Now, I know the university is holding a press conference around 2 p.m. with Old Dominion University leaders, and we'll be sure to update you you on what information comes from those school officials. But during this time, we would advise, the students that are here to take care of themselves. Definitely reach out to your family members. I know social media plays a big role in these news alerts that we send out, but try as much to limit your social media exposure when it comes to the rumors that are circulating, the videos that you're seeing as well, and just the speculation overall until we have things confirmed, because we know that can really heighten that anxiety that students are already dealing with on top of exams, preparing for spring break, and just the overall academia that they have to deal with on a daily basis as college students. I've spoken with a plethora of freshmen that never would have thought, preparing for spring break would have looked like this. I got a text message from a relative down here who said that she was down here with a few elementary school kids that were elementary school K through 12 kids, to reiterate, that they were down here for a field trip and had to shelter in place. That just speaks to the uncertainties of the events that can play and the emotional turmoil that it can happen on you in this moment. So as you know, it's important to watch the news, of course, as we update you on these matters, but as much as you can to protect your peace during this time, and know that all agencies, it's been an all hands on deck from both state, local, federal. I mean, we've heard from Governor Spanberger, FBI Director Kash Patel, that say that they're doing everything that they can to make sure all the agencies can gather all the information that is needed to share to the public. But during this time, as I've been speaking with students that have maybe been speculating what could have possibly happened, or the students that are hurt, that information has not been confirmed yet, and that is what's most important at this time, that the shooter has been neutralized. Right now, Old Dominion says all is clear. We've been seeing students being taken to Chartway Arena, where we know the university is providing several resources for mental health and academia as well. So for now, that's just our advice right now, is to obviously stay up to date with these updates that we're giving you and the information that comes in, but mitigate as much social media exposure as you can before things are confirmed from an official news source like 13 News Now and several other agencies that have been feeding us that confirmed information in, guys.
Layla, thank you so much. And again, you've been working, everybody has been working great there on the scene, getting there to it while everything was active and talking to students. And we've heard from a lot of them so far throughout the morning into the afternoon. If you could do me a favor, I know that it's raining. You guys staying dry as best you can, but if you can move out the way just so we can see behind you real quick, just so we can see what we're
Let me
what we're
move out the way.
currently-
I'll show you guys the scene
Yeah.
is still active, although it's raining. That hasn't stopped the law enforcement from being out here still trying to investigate and figure out exactly what happened. A few moments ago, of course, you guys saw the plethora of fire trucks that you've seen. Those have dispersed, so it's not as heightened as a response that we're seeing take place right now, given that all clear message. But we still have officers out here stopping traffic. You still can't really get in this area, and several officers still lined up down Hampton Boulevard, down the intersection of Hampton Boulevard and 49th Street.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Layla. We're going to now go to Jordy Clark, who is live, I do believe, from Centera Norfolk General Hospital. Jordy, we know that 2 people have been taken to that location. What else do we know about them, victims from this particular shooting?
Yeah, Eugene, so I've been here since around 11:45, close to noonish, and certainly I've only really seen a lot of police presence kind of coming and going in and out. I saw a detective earlier, not sure if it's related to this case, but have seen them circulating throughout this hospital. As you can, see, I'll have my photographer pan down there for you, the police presence, the cars that have been here, whether or not related to the incident. But of course, we unfortunately have not seen those victims, but we do know, again, that they are in critical condition. We have the confirmation from Centera officials that they are here being treated as we speak. Now, we are hopeful to hear soon on any updates as to their condition. But again, we've been talking about just how tragic of a situation this is. Certainly, again, not too far, just miles away, that shooting happening at that campus. But again, we are here right now just waiting for any update on those patients, and again, waiting just to see how critical their condition is. But again, just 2 people, and we are still monitoring that situation here at Centera General Hospital. But we'll be live on the scene to provide you guys any updates as we learn more throughout the afternoon.
Okay, Jordy, we appreciate you there again, and we know that those 2 victims from this on-campus shooting are in critical condition there. at Centera. We don't know their identities or whether or not they're students, faculty, staff, their connection to the campus. But we know that they are in critical condition. We've been hearing responses coming in from officials across the country. We told you earlier that we heard from FBI Director Kash Patel, said his team is closely monitoring the situation. We showed you the moments in which Governor Abigail Spanberger said that she is closely communicating with officials there at Old Dominion University. We now also can tell you that Congressman Bobby Scott has also issued a statement. I will read it for you here, saying that he was horrified to learn of the violent tragedy that occurred at ODU this morning, saying he's thankful for the first responders who were able to neutralize the shooter before they could perpetrate any further violence, saying that while we are still gathering the facts of this situation, his thoughts are with the victims and their families. Everyone should feel safe in their communities, and students should feel safe on campus, saying we must do everything we can to prevent these all too common tragedies of gun violence. We also are seeing a response here from former Congresswoman Elaine Luria, and this is what she is saying, I'm keeping the students, faculty, and staff of ODU in her prayers, especially those who have been injured and impacted by the shooting on campus, saying that she is praying for and wants to express gratitude to law enforcement officers who quickly neutralized the threat and undoubtedly saved lives. And as we get more of these responses that we flag and see, of course, we will share them with you. I will read to you right now. Current Congresswoman Jen Kiggins has now stated her remarks on her congressional page here, saying, quote, you can see it for yourself, as we await answers to this awful tragedy, my thoughts and prayers are with the students, faculty, and families at ODU this afternoon, saying that she is grateful also to law enforcement for their swift response, saying that she hopes people will join her in praying for the two individuals who were injured. And we keep hearing that from everyone kind of involved in this case, who have learned more information as we await an official press conference from ODU officials at 2 p.m. in about 40 minutes or so, that law enforcement did indeed act swiftly in this situation. Again, a quick timeline. It was shortly before 10:50 where officials say a gunman opened fire inside of that school building there, where the School of Business is held, and 2 people are now in critical condition. The gunman is dead. Okay, we know that information. They quickly, as they got the report of this active shooter, told people through an ODU alert to get out of that area, to run, hide, or fight, get to safety, and avoid the area around where that building is, around 49th and Hampton Boulevard in Norfolk. I want to do this now, Sarah, if we can cue up an interview that Layla Cox had earlier. We heard from a student who was inside of the building when this shooting took place. I want you to listen to her describe her experiences as she was getting ready to take a midterm. Listen to this. Give us a quick second. We're queuing this up. This was pre-recorded here, but I think she should be talking now.
That's right, Eugene. I'm here with sophomore Jennifer. She tells me she's a criminal justice and sociology major. She was in the hall, and she's just gonna, first and foremost, I want to ask you, Jennifer, how are you doing? I know you and your friend were calling your parents just to let them know that you guys were okay, but a few moments ago it was really, really scary for you.
It was. At the start, I was full of adrenaline, but now I'm more disappointed and more saddened by the whole fact. I just want to cry now.
Right, and whatever you're comfortable sharing, you know, in the hallway, what did you hear, or what prompted you to run with you and your friends?
So I was actually waiting for my midterm exam to happen. The guy next to me and I were just standing by when all of a sudden these 3 ladies, or 3 people, it was a group of people, started telling the suspect, I assume, to get out, get out, get out. And all of a sudden we heard a commotion. A lot of people rumbling, starting to get up. We looked at each other, the guy next to me, we looked at each other, we started running, and that's when we heard, gunshots.
And I mean, imagine quite a run for you to get here. And I know you've been out here with your friends. You know, why are you choosing to even stand out here during this moment? I know you said you were really worried, but also I imagine you called your family as know they're really worried about you as well.
Yeah, I actually ran from Constant, where the shooting was occurring. I ran to the Chem building. I came back to my dorm. I realized I can't really go back to Northern Virginia, where I'm originally from, because the whole thing is barricaded. But as I said, I'm studying criminal justice, so why not be firsthand experience, you know, where the whole thing is going down.
All right, anything else you'd like to share about what happened today or what you look forward to coming out of this situation, as we're seeing a lot of police agents here right now? I know you've been up to date with the alerts shared from Old Dominion University, but anything else you'd like to say, message to the community, anything at this time?
I think it all goes down to being together on such a hard moment. I know that as a campus, we must remain strong, and that I'm actually very, very proud of how quick the situation was handled in regards of ODU PD communicating every update with the students and as well as surrounding police departments.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. You take care, you and your friend, and be sure to continue to let your family know that you're okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that's just hearing from Miss Jennifer. Oh, come on back. Yep. Yep. That's right. 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 So just our anchor, Eugene, just wanted to know if you could reiterate. I know you said you heard gunshots, but did you see anything, if you could recount that?
No, I did not. All I heard was the commotion going on and the gunshots that were going in inside of the building because, as I said, it was down the hall.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's what she had to share, Eugene. But overall, really scary situation for her. Her and her classmates decided that once they heard that commotion that they were just going to leave. But about how many, do you recall about how many gunshots you did hear?
They were very faint because it was on down the hall on the other side of the building, but it was around 2.
Thank you. Just that she said she heard about 2. Now, of course, we're still waiting for this information from police to be confirmed.
Okay, that was earlier, and since then, we have obviously confirmed that there was a shooting inside of that building in Constant Hall. 2 people are seriously hurt in critical condition at a nearby hospital at Norfolk General Hospital. And we know that this student's account, what she was saying, she heard gunshots inside, is very similar to what we heard from other students who we have talked to who were inside of that building that houses, again, the School of Business, fairly large auditoriums inside of there, lecture halls, I should say, and just under about 20 or so different classrooms. Now, as we are covering this breaking news in Norfolk here at Old Dominion University with an active shooter there on campus earlier today, we are also learning about this scenario in Michigan, where it appears that there has been an active shooter at a synagogue in West Bloomfield, Michigan. This is according to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. You're looking at an aerial shot there of the synagogue and multiple. You can see a lot of law enforcement there on the scene with video here from this. We're hearing from, at this point, the Jewish Federation of Detroit. I do believe West Bloomfield is right outside of Detroit. Forgive me if my geography is a little off at this moment, but I do believe that is right outside of Detroit. The Jewish Federation of Detroit saying that we are aware of an active security incident at Temple, Israel, that law enforcement was responding. Jewish agencies are currently in a precautionary lockdown. We also know that agents from the ATF responded as well. Likewise, agents from ATF responded to the active shooter situation here in Norfolk at ODU, at Old Dominion University. So 2 situations happening at the same time. As you can look at the video that we have here from outside of this particular synagogue there in Michigan, as the activity is going. I need to know here, Sarah, just for my behalf, We take a lot of live feeds here. This is coming from our feed with one of our ABC affiliates. But can we clarify, is this live footage or is this recorded footage that is now being broadcasted over the feed?
I just checked. I thought it was live. It's a playback.
Okay, so this is playback. All right. So for that, I know information has been a little limited, but give me a quick moment here. Obviously, we've been very much so covering and really in depth with what we've seen here in Norfolk. Let me see if I can get some updated information for this apparent active shooter situation at the synagogue near Detroit. Give me one quick moment and then I can do that for you. Again, all I have at the present moment is that there has been an active shooter situation there in this Detroit area synagogue, this place of worship there called Temple Israel. Okay, don't have anything. Okay, just looked up some new intel, new information. All Jewish organizations in the area have been asked to go into lockout protocol. Nobody in or out of your building. And I want to bring this up just real quickly here, because as we've been talking about the situation happening on the campus of Old Dominion University and how it has become normalized for us to have these conversations of shootings on college campuses and seeing the responses from students, the training that has gone in so that a lot of them knew what to do right in the moment. Hearing from a professor who talked about, when asked by our reporter Madison Schlegel, that unfortunately this is something that, has become all too common. Similarly to that, I think it is appropriate to share sentiments when it comes to the attacks that we're seeing at Jewish houses of worship, at these synagogues. We know over the last several years for sure, there have been reports and report after report of heightened threats, anti-Semitic threats that people within our Jewish communities have reported and have experienced. Those that we have seen play out, and there have been countless others that we may not see in the public be played out, but we hear from our brothers and sisters and community members who are an active part of the Jewish community that the threats that they have experienced in recent years have become an uptick. This would appear, again, in the early stages of this investigation, from what we understand, another one of those circumstances where you have an attack potentially there at a Jewish synagogue outside of Detroit. We've seen this play out in multiple states across the country. We know here in Virginia that former Governor Glenn Youngkin, this was something that he and his administration made a point to put in a task force to look at some of the issues that they've seen reported when it comes to anti-Semitic threats within people within the community. We've talked to people right here in Hampton Roads in Norfolk with our Jewish temples and with people who are in leadership within the Jewish community on how they feel and what they have seen. Again, we don't know the circumstances playing out on this. I'm just going based off of what we know and what we can see. Two scenarios that we're covering this morning that unfortunately have become all too common. You got a school shooting and you have what appears to be an attack at a synagogue in Michigan. And so we're monitoring both situations right now, but we are going to get back to Old Dominion University and what we are covering there at the moment. We have our reporter, Madison Schlegel, who is on the scene right now. Madison, I'm going to bring you back into the fold here. Madison, you've talked to students. You've talked to multiple students, two of which were inside of Constant Hall when this shooting took place. What have been your takeaways from talking to them?
Well, like you and Janet have said in the studio, Eugene, I think what's really awe-striking about this incident is just how, I would say, on top of it these students are, how vocal they've been about this, and how how they're able to fully have full-fledged thoughts around this situation. I mean, they've grown up in a generation where, like you've said inside, they've been dealing with seeing these instances across the country, and they've grown up doing these drills, and now to be faced in a scenario where they are the ones in danger truly is harrowing for many of these students. A lot of the students that we talked to today say that whether they didn't hear those shots directly, they did hear the stampeding of footsteps of kids leaving the student halls and Constant Hall today. We also did see police with dozens of people leaving that building and coming over here to the Chartway Arena. We saw those people walking with their hands up, those police guiding those people over to the other side of Chartway Arena here. And also within the last hour or so, we've also seen parents with young children. So we know that the ODU Children's and Research Learning Center is right here on the other side of the block where we are right now. And we've told you that there have been other elementary schools and different schools in the area who have been on not type of a lockdown, but a lockdown type of scenario where they've been really keeping an eye on the threat that was here in the area. Now that we know that that threat is neutralized, we've been seeing some of those kids being released from whether that be daycare or school today. We've seen parents coming to pick up young children and walking straight down this road with those children, just mere steps away from where those police are investigating right now. As you can see, we've still got a police officer here behind us. They still do have Hampton Boulevard here closed behind us. They've also got this area of 45th Street closed as well. So right now, you can see the only cars that are parked here are our news cars. You see our crews coming in and out to grab equipment to stay dry in this rain, because this same rain is coming down on officers right now while they're investigating and wrapping up scenes. So we've seen also, a half a dozen officers since come from the Chartway Arena building where they took a handful of people, and now they're walking back to their cars. So along Hampton Boulevard, too, over this way, a little bit further away from where the scene was also lined with police cars. Right now, those police cars have since left. So since we got out here earlier this afternoon, that police presence definitely is dying down, but the foot traffic on campus is also dying down, too. When we got out here at around 11, the foot traffic was really heavy. That's when we saw those students who were leaving that building, who were watching the investigations that were unfolding. And now, as we've heard the campus tell people, as we've heard police to tell people to stay away from this area, we are watching people heed that advice. So whether that be parents coming to pick up their children in the area, whether that be students heading over to the Chartway Arena, whether that be students going to Broderick Hall in order to get some of those counseling services that are available, truly standing here on campus, we've seen the gamut of it all. And Eugene, I want to bring it back to that first question that you asked me right off the top here. What has it been like to hear the reactions from students? And I will say, the language that they're using is very empathetic. They understand that their fear isn't just for themselves, but it's for their classmates. It's for the other students in the room. One of the students that we talked to said that when he heard the kerfuffling going on, when he heard an altercation, the first person that he thought of was his girlfriend, who was inside the building, and he rushed to find her as quickly as he could before a professor or an ODU faculty member pulled them into an office so that they could wait and hunker down and be safe. But again, we're hearing these very personal stories from students who truly have gone through something that they are never going to forget today on campus. So moving forward, I really do hope that we can share that same empathy with people and be sure that we are bringing the true emotions of what these students are experiencing today. So Eugene, back to you guys.
You know, I think you said that very well, Madison. And, you know, we were in studio when you were having those conversations, especially with that young man that you said who, you know, his thought was about his girlfriend and protecting her. And we noticed in that moment he was carrying his stuff and her stuff even when he was talking to you. And you get into these situations, right, in which a lot of people think, okay, I can only imagine what I would do. And then it happens. And, you know, it has been, dare I say, out of all of this, you get the sigh of relief, I'm sure, for people who now know that their loved ones are okay. But also, I could say this, I think it's appropriate, that I have been very impressed with the mindset of some of these young people and how they have collectively been thinking of others, whether it was, we heard from that young man that you were referring to, grabbing someone and they were running and then somebody opened a door for them to hide, or others who are just making sure that they know friends who are okay. We heard from a grandmother earlier today about her grandsons and roommate, and then he and another person, they seeking shelter together. And you get the feel that in all of this chaos, there were still young people in that place who were still had the presence of mind to think of others. And that, I think, if there's
and
anything
Eugene,
out of
on
this,
top,
that goes to it. Yeah.
Yeah, on top of that, Eugene, I mean, when we were speaking with Calvin, that young man who was searching for his girlfriend was there off camera with us. As you mentioned, he was handling her bags. But as we were speaking, clearly everyone was so swept with emotion that I'm not going to make someone speak to us on camera who truly isn't ready. And his girlfriend was not ready. And I think what was very heartfelt and moving was that as I was speaking with Calvin, his girlfriend was standing here watching us have this conversation, watching us recount those moments. And a different student, a student whom this girl has never met before, stopped as we were interviewing her boyfriend and hugged this girl. So again, it's just an outpouring of not the students that even know each other, but the students who don't know each other that truly can see that their students and fellow classmates are dealing with something right now. And hugging a stranger, hugging a classmate, just asking somebody if they're okay right now truly is the spot where these students are. And it's been very heroic to see these students wrap their arms around each other, especially in a moment as scary as what happened on campus earlier today.
Certainly. And we have video that shows, in part, people hugging each other, what appears to be students and maybe some others who are there on campus. If we can play this here. And a part of this montage of clips that our photojournalists were able to capture here when the scene was at its height of activity, you can see there, it's a tough moment. And, I think even for us as journalists, it's our duty to get the information out as fast as possible, because, in this case, it becomes a matter of public safety too, just as ODU officials are and police are. But when you see stuff like this, it's a reminder to take that moment, because there are people who are there who are deeply affected by this. And not only them, but everyone that they are connected to. Whether you are a student who witnessed this, whether you're a teacher or whatever it may be, or someone who knows the victims who are now receiving hospital care, whether you're someone who graduated from ODU and you're still connected to it, this is something that you are deeply impacted by, because this is your community. And, to see people rally around, and we're going to see that, I'm sure, over the next several days as well, even more so. As we know, in the Hampton Roads community, we rally around each other. It's a reminder as you see that, man, it's the empathy in it all.
Yeah, it does bring out some very heartwarming moments. I mean, you hate for that to come from tragedy, but you can appreciate the fact that people understand the depth of what has happened and how they lean on each other.
Yeah.
And then you think about the two people in the hospital. A number of those students that we just showed may know exactly who is, in the hospital. It could be their friends. It could be a professor. We don't know that as of yet. And we also know that counseling immediately put into place for these students going on. Actually, right now, they have a 24/7 support group or a support system that students can tap into.
And Jenna, I want to pull this right now. You're listening to Jenna Roach. She's in the studio. You may not have been able to see her just now, but you can hear her, and she's been here with us since the beginning of us learning at the very forefront that there was an active threat there, later confirmed to be a shooting. But I want to show you this here. We've been showing you different elected officials and leaders who are giving their thoughts. This is Senator Mark Warner of Virginia here, saying that he's closely monitoring the reports of the shooting at ODU, extending his gratefulness to first responders, advising people to follow all guidance from local law enforcement, saying that he is keeping the students and the community in his thoughts. And we've heard from him. We've heard from Congresswoman Jen Kiggans. We've heard from Congressman Bobby Scott, Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger. We've heard from FBI Director Kash Patel. We've heard from a number of people, former Governor Elaine Luria. I do want to read something from her release that I didn't read earlier because it wasn't on the social media thing. So you don't need to pull this up. This is the statement that she said. But I do want to say it because I think it gives a little bit of context. So some of the conversation we've been having, Janet, about this being common in terms of gun violence and what people have experienced, particularly over the last several years here in Hampton Roads, certainly since I've been here. In her statement, she said, gun violence has impacted our community once again, reminding us of the pain of Virginia Beach in 2019 and Chesapeake in 2022. Too many families have been affected by gun violence, and we cannot allow it to continue to happen in Hampton Roads or anywhere else. Janet, I think about, and again, each circumstance very different. And we don't know a lot about this one as of now. We don't know a motive. We don't know who the gunman is or their relation to the university, if at all. We don't know any of that. We know far less about this, certainly, than we do of the situations that have already come and gone that we know of. But Janet, even you having a daughter at UVA, we were talking about just a few years ago when there was the shooting there that you had multiple student athletes who were shot and killed by another student athlete there on campus, and the deep impact still felt on that situation. And you as a parent having a daughter who was there at the time also. I think that kind of speaks to it for a lot of people here in the community where this is common, but you don't want to lose that sensitivity to the moment.
Yeah, you really don't. But it is getting to a point where almost everyone knows someone who has a family member who has either been on a scene, of a shooting like that, or, even people who know of folks who have been lost. She mentioned the Virginia Beach shooting down at the Municipal Center. That was such a tragic situation. The Chesapeake Walmart in 2022, where 6 people were shot and killed by a coworker in that situation. And yes, I remember well, the situation at UVA. It was tragic. Those 3 football athletes, they are still honoring those athletes at the football games every year, as they should. And it affects these kids. I mean, they come away from this differently. So these kids at ODU, from here on out, they will be different in some way.
Yes.
In some way. And so, it's important that you take advantage of the counseling that they offer, anything that you need to kind of protect your space or protect your mental health, because that's really important going forward. And as you hear, you have some of these ODU students who are hearing word about what's going on in Detroit at another mass shooting situation. And they're receiving that information differently than they would have received it had it happened yesterday, because it's back to back, So that's kind of the scope of this. And so it's sad that we have to be here reporting this as often as we do. But hopefully in each case, there's something that happens that makes things a little bit better.
Yeah, and I think about the young man, Mike, was one of the people who was injured in that shooting at UVA. Also a football player from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where my family is from. Yeah. And recently he shared and talked about how he's doing and how it has affected his life. He survived that particular shooting on UVA's campus a few years ago, and we're hoping and praying that we can have that same story for the 2 people who are now in critical condition at Centera, that they too may one day be able to share, if they desire to, how they are dealing with what happened today. But for right now, they are fighting for their lives there with medical staff doing their absolute best to make sure that they survive this situation. And outside of Centera Norfolk General Hospital, where they are currently being treated, we have Jeremiah Beatty, and she is there. Jeremiah, we see the police car out there at the moment. What can you tell us from being outside of the hospital?
Hey there, Eugene. So I will tell you, we've seen a number of police cruisers staged outside the hospital. We're just steps away from Centera Norfolk General Hospital. And again, we're seeing officers from Norfolk Police, Old Dominion, here on scene this morning. And you said there earlier that 2 patients are here seeking treatment. They are in critical condition. And that's all we know at this point. We don't know their ages, the type of injuries they have. Those are all information we're working to sort out, but I can only assume right now the priority is notifying their families. But yeah, you can see just outside of this hospital the vast number of patrol cars. Again, we're not exactly sure if that's tied to their presence here at this hospital, but since we've been out here, we had crews. My colleague Jordy Clark was here earlier this morning around 11:45. She said when she was here, she saw a number of first responders this morning. So those are all details we have at this point outside the hospital. Of course, we're still tracking down that information, but from the hospital to the scene down the road there, that's about 10 minutes from this area. So we're all still working to confirm the details about the victims. We hope to bring you all the latest developments on this, but again, a very tragic situation coming out of Norfolk this afternoon. But I'm going to send it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Jeremiah, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for reporting that for us. And look, we know that the threat is no longer active. Okay, we know the gunman is dead. Jeremiah there just talked about the 2 victims who we have not identified or any of that nature. Maybe we'll get more information in the next 9 minutes, which is when we're expecting to hear from officials with Old Dominion University and Norfolk Police and other agencies there. I know that the Commonwealth's attorney will be there for Norfolk at that 2 p.m. press conference. We'll take that obviously live here on Live Impact News. But for right now, let's do this. It's raining out there. We know that the area still, with that threat no longer active, blocked off last time we checked from police. But I'm sure traffic is starting to change just a little bit. Let's bring in Marta Berglund here one last time here. Marta, what is the update when it comes to traffic? That's a very important road for a lot of people who do business here in Hampton Roads.
That's for sure. And as you all have been mentioning, obviously this is a portion of ODU's campus, but this is also an open campus. So Hampton Boulevard runs right through the middle of it. And with that being said, that road was blocked off. And if we have a moment to put live VO in boxes at some point, it would be helpful to kind of see, what we're looking at in terms of traffic. The map was never showing that Hampton Boulevard was closed, but I do think it's an improvement that it is showing yellow. So still at this intersection, I think we're going to be seeing a heavy police presence for a long time. Even when they do open it, you're going to want to avoid, of course, that intersection, Constant Hall, right on the 49th Street corner right there. Then we've got Chartway Arena across Hampton Boulevard. We've got the Dining Commons on 49th Street. So if you're a driver, if you're heading through the area, if you normally cut through via Hampton Boulevard, I don't think you're going to want to do that for the rest of the day. I think that's probably, an area that's going to be busy with police officers, busy with heavy traffic, busy with students, parents, loved ones, etc. Even when they do open the road, we haven't gotten an update as to that. I would avoid this area. I would avoid the campus altogether. Even going to Collie, which runs parallel to Hampton Boulevard, may be a bit risky for you. I think you're best off if you are going to go through the area. I think you are best off, and I'm going to advance my graphics here, taking Collie Avenue, and that is going to be just a little bit further out of the way for you than Colonial instead of Collie, and then you're going to want to take Granby Street. So we have that live video in boxes here. This is the corner right here. So we've got the incident, Constant Hall, we've got the corner of Hampton Boulevard and 49th Street, and you can see there are some vehicles passing through that intersection. So that is progress. But again, Eugene, Janet, I don't think this is an area you're going to want to travel through today unless you're going to want to see those major delays. So definitely something to avoid, even though we're seeing progress when it comes to lanes of traffic opening back up. Back to you.
And remind me one more time, Marta, what are the other options if, let's say, you have to go up north there and you can't get in? I know there's another way around on the other side. What would that be for people?
Yeah. So this is Collie. Obviously, Colley is probably still pretty busy for you. A little bit further down, you're going to hit Granby Street. Yeah. Granby Street will run up to the interstate for you. So if you're trying to get to Naval Station Norfolk, for example, or towards the area of, you know, the 564 interchange, if you're trying to get to the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, and you normally are using these as cut-through routes to save time, they're not going to save you time, and they probably won't for the rest of the day. So again, Granby Street, a good option for you. Of course, you can just take the interstate, I-64, I-564 to get to Naval Station Norfolk, and that will probably end up quicker. I do want to mention the colors you're seeing on the map, those are related to weather. That has nothing to do with the traffic situation we're watching right now, guys.
Okay, Marta, thank you so much. Again, you heard her allude to that 2 p.m. press conference in just about 5 minutes. We are expecting to hear from officials with Old Dominion University, Norfolk Police, the Commonwealth's Attorney, the FBI. All of them are expected to be at this press conference. All right, I know that we're going to get into that in just a few moments, but can we briefly, really quickly, go to this active situation that is in Michigan? I told you this is outside of Detroit. I just want to mention this here really quickly because we now know that there are reports, this is coming from the Associated Press there, that security at a synagogue there engaged in gunfire with at least one individual, that a truck reportedly crashed into a synagogue there in the West Bloomfield Township. Again, that's right outside of Detroit. The sheriff in that county saying as of right now that there is no one in custody yet. Kash Patel, FBI director, who we heard from earlier today in regards to what's happening on the campus of ODU, saying that an apparent vehicle they're looking on the scene of an apparent vehicle ramming an active shooter situation at this synagogue. That's what he defined it, a quote, apparent vehicle ramming an active shooter situation. That is coming directly from the FBI director, Kash Patel, as you're looking at video from the very large response there in West Bloomfield outside of Detroit. Just wanted to bring you that quick update to a situation that's unfolding in Michigan as we have our own situation breaking here in the area. Let's come back to that at this point. Again, we're talking about obviously an active shooter that took place on the campus of Old Dominion University earlier today. A gunman opening fire inside of Constant Hall where they house the School of Business. 2 people in critical condition at a hospital. The gunman now dead. We can take a look here in just a few moments as I am seeing officials with ODU appearing to assemble right now near the campus. They're expecting to give a press conference. I see there. You can barely kind of see him on the side there. That is Dr. Brian Hemphill, the gentleman to the far right there with the beard. We heard a statement from him just about an hour ago when they released it, saying obviously that his thoughts and prayers are out for everyone impacted, but speaking to how seriously they take the safety and well-being of their students, speaking to the quick response from law enforcement, which is what we've heard multiple times from elected officials, from students themselves who were there in Constant Hall this morning when all of this erupted. And we are expecting to hear from them in just about 2 minutes. You can see they're getting ready to give this press conference and announcement, likely talking amongst themselves, making sure that everybody is on the same page. I just saw walk into the room there. That's the Norfolk Commonwealth's Attorney, Ramin Fadahi, there in the blue shirt. Behind him is the Chief of Police for Norfolk there, Mark Talbot there with the glasses in the room also. They're zooming in on those 2 individuals. We have a member of the FBI there, if you can see the woman there with her jacket with the FBI letters there. So again, we knew that this was bringing in officials from all different portions of law enforcement, and they are all converging here to give this update in the next few minutes. Janet, I feel like I'm talking a lot here. I'll bring it to you again as are they walking to the podium now?
Yeah, well.
Okay, we'll let them speak.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience in being here today. I am Garrett Shelton, Garrettshelton. I'm the Chief of Police at Old Dominion University. On the dais with me right now is President Brian O'Hempill and Chief of Police Mark Talbot, along with several other partners from the state and from the federal government, which is normal for an event of this caliber. So what I want to do simply is to brief you on what led to today, or where we are today, how we received the information, and where we are kind of moving forward. At approximately 10:43 this morning, the ODU Police Department as well as the Norfolk Police Department began receiving calls through the 911 center that there was an active shooter inside of Crittenden Hall, Constant Hall, located in Kaufman Mall area of Old Dominion University. Constant Hall is a classroom academic facility, and we received information that there were people being shot in one of the classrooms. At approximately 10:47, the first officers arrived on scene and went to the room, and by 10:50, it was determined that the subject that was the active assailant was deceased. During that time, we were able to determine that there were 2 victims that are affiliated with the university, and they were transported to Norfolk General Hospital. We would later determine that there was what we believe was a 3rd victim that took themselves to a hospital in Virginia Beach. So at this time, we're aware of 3 victims, all of which are ODU affiliated, and a suspect who is deceased. The investigation, part of the agreement that ODU has with Norfolk is that Norfolk will lead the criminal investigation in this. And it is, like I said earlier, it is normal for us to bring in our federal partners in any serious incident like this. I'll let Chief Talbot speak in a moment, reference to anything investigative related, but from the university's standpoint, we felt it important that we get the information out as soon as we can. We want to be as clear with the information as we can, but we also don't want to get ahead of the information. We want to make sure that what we are giving you is accurate and is as concise as it can be, but we also know we have over 25,000 students and families that clearly are hearing what's going on, and we need to assure them that things are being taken to stop the threat. So as I mentioned earlier, it's about 10:43, the calls began coming in. 10:47, we were on scene, and by 10:50, it was determined that the assailant was deceased. We have set up with the FBI, we're setting up a tip line. Right now, when that number comes out, we will share it with you. But anybody at this point can go to tips.fbi.gov and can send tips in that way. The FBI has agreed to allow us to use their tip lines, and they will funnel the information to where it needs to make sure we get all the information that needs to come in. You can also reach out to the Norfolk Police Department with information, as well as the ODU Police Department. And we do encourage anybody with information to reach out. We are in the very early stages of the investigation. We know that these investigations are long, and we want to make sure that we get the information and do the things correctly to make sure that when we finish, we have the answers that you want. So I'm certain that we don't have all the answers you want today, but on behalf of the ODU Police Department, I want to thank Chief Talbot and his staff, who were exceptional, along with my officers who were in the building very quick, and this was able to be brought to a resolution. At this time, I'd like to ask President Hemphill to please come up and say a few words.
To say the least, today was a tragic day for the campus of Old Dominion University. Our campus and our community have been truly shaken and forever impacted by this senseless act of violence. And we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to the families and the victims and those that were impacted by this act today. Also, I have to also join Chief in saying to our police officers and our emergency responders from the university, the cities, and all of the other agencies that responded so quickly and mobilized, we really appreciate them for their act. We have to give a heartfelt thank you. Your action and your bravery, as well as your courage, are deeply appreciated by all of those that you serve. To the ODU family, I commit to ODU as we move forward in the hours, the days, and the months to come. We will be dedicated to providing the services and support following this senseless tragedy. Thank you.
Mark Talbot, Police Chief for the City of Norfolk. I don't want to share any details beyond what Chief Shelton has already shared. I do want to say to the City of Norfolk, we've learned nothing here today that makes us think that there's anything to fear beyond what we're dealing with here. We're all here in partnership with our state and federal partners with ODU, and everything that needs to be handled is going to be handled. God bless this university, the police officers and first responders, our firefighters that were out here within minutes, and moving forward, making sure that everything is handled the way it needs to be. Thank you so much.
All right, at this point, as best we can, we'll try to answer any questions that you may have for a few minutes. Yes, sir.
What CBS states, at this point, people are probably wondering the condition of the victims who were sent to the hospital. Is there anything that you can tell us at this time?
So the one thing that I will share with you is that one of the victims is deceased, and we are working to get in touch with the family at this point, so we're not prepared to release that information. And the other two, as of right now, appear to be in stable condition.
The victim that went to the Virginia Beach Hospital, was that person less seriously wounded? Why would they go so far to the hospital?
I don't know the answer other than they did exactly what we asked them to do when something happens, and that's run, hide, or fight, and they ran. And I think by the time, I'm guessing by the time they figured out what was going on, they went to the hospital.
So they drove themselves, or were they transported?
Don't know. It wasn't anything official from us.
Was that third victim also shot?
I don't have that information yet.
In a cynical world of violence, how do you look at a student in the face moving forward and say that we can provide you safety and make sure that you can get the education without the fear of the violence that we've seen today?
You know, I get this question a lot, especially from parents. And I'm a parent of college children. I certainly understand that. So in a cynical world, I guess what I'd have to say is we do everything we can as the university police, the Norfolk police, the state police, everybody that you see up here. This isn't the first time we've ever stood together. We stand together regularly. And we do everything that we can to protect the students here. Every one of these kids are my kids. And I treat them the same way and protect them the same way as I would my own children that are away at college. And I get it because I have a child who's about 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 30 seconds too far away from me. So I completely get it.
Chief, was there any prior intelligence, any threats, any warnings that led to today?
So I think that's a great question, and that's certainly something that we're diving very deep into. I don't want to get too far ahead of that. I don't have any information to suggest that, but I need to confirm that.
Was the shooter a student?
So at the time that we came over here, we were still working on the identification. What you have to realize is that while we evacuate the victims, we now have to go through and search every single room in that facility. There were students that we found hiding, and faculty and staff, and that we had to safely get them out. That's a long process. So we only opened that scene up to investigators about 30 minutes ago. So we don't have that information just yet.
How was our photographer witnessed someone else being arrested and taken away in handcuffs? Can you comment on that? Is
that was city police?
Is it city police?
Yeah, I think sometimes there may be people arrested just for or handcuffed just for safety, but there is nobody in custody. The individual that caused the injuries inside of the classroom is deceased.
Was he shot by a city police officer, ODU, state?
We have, at this point, as I said, we just opened up this investigation, the scene to the investigation about 30 minutes ago, so we haven't even determined the full cause of death yet.
So it's not known yet if any police fired their weapons?
Not at this point.
We did hear from university, or the branch that works with the university, ROTC, and said they confirmed it was an ROTC classroom. Do you believe this was a targeted attack on that classroom?
It is way too early to even begin to surmise what that could possibly be. We just don't know at this point. I know that's the frustration here. I understand that. And trust me, on this end, I want to know too, real fast, real quick, so I can have all the answers. But I can't. And we've just got to let the investigation unfold. And we promise that as soon as we get to that point, we're going to set it up and tell you that.
Was more than one weapon recovered?
We have not gotten into the crime scene. We have not searched the crime scene. And that's enough on that question.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for one more question. Is it known if the third victim was also an ROTC member?
Not confirmed. We haven't confirmed that any of them are, or all of them were. So at this point, that's what we're in the process of doing. I'm not going to surmise that somebody may or may not be.
Can we do a question for President Hatfield? Sure. President, what's ODU doing right now to give resources and counseling for students?
Yes. Yeah, we are very much focused on providing support for our students, faculty, and staff. And so over in our BDC, we are set up right now for those who need support, and we are very mindful of the ways that we will be able to support our students, because this is a tragic day, and we want to make sure that we're doing everything in our power to support our family.
Where should people go for continued university operations for the remainder of the week and weeks to come, knowing that Constant Hall might be a crime scene for several days?
Yeah, we've not made any decisions around Constance Hall. We have closed the university for today, and we are closing the university for tomorrow as well.
What can students expect to see around campus? Will they see increased police presence? And also, was there insecurity with this particular facility? Was there metal detectors or anything like that?
So we don't have metal detectors in our classrooms, in our academic buildings. They're used at special events. We use them. We were there very quick. And based on the number of officers that we have, and the response time was well under what I expected it would have been. We're certainly going to be mindful that we need to be more present. I think that is an expectation that I would have if I were a parent, and we will do that. But it depends on how this unfolds as to what direction we take. But we would definitely want to make our students feel as safe as they can, and presence is a way to do that.
It's been a year and 2 weeks since the last shooting that claimed the lives of 2 people on campus. Have there been any adjustments made since then for campus security?
Say that again. I didn't quite hear you.
It's been, I want to say, a year or 2 years since there was a shooting that claimed the lives of 2 people on campus right outside the dining commons. Have there been any last year? Have there been any changes made to security, any adjustments, any improvements for campus security?
Yeah, I think every time we have an incident, whether it's a burglary, a shooting, anything like this, we always make adjustments. I mean, that's my whole career. I've been doing this for almost 40 years. You have to make adjustments. And we've made a lot of adjustments in access control, making sure that people are supposed to be there, Same for our academic buildings. We want to, but we're an open campus and we're in an urban setting, so it comes with its own challenges. But I think that's a fair question. And it is something that we will always assess to see where we can be better. All right, thank you, everybody.
Derek, if you don't mind, I'd like to follow up on your question. I'm constrained in what I can say about the facts of the case, but I can speak a little bit more freely about the bigger questions. I know Garrett Shelton, and I've known him for a long time. I've known Mark Talbot, and I've known him for a long time. These men work every day to make people safe. The people are as safe on the ODU campus as anywhere, arguably safer than in other parts of Norfolk. This is not an ODU problem. This is a national sickness. We live in a country where people care more about guns than they care about 6-year-old children. They care more about guns than they care about synagogue worshipers. And they care more about guns than they do about college students. What that means is that it does not matter how hard President Hemphill works, how hard the chiefs work. Somebody will be a victim eventually. It is a matter of time. And until there is the political will to break the spell of the cult of gun absolutism, you will see more incidents like this. So if you're looking for somebody to blame, don't look at anybody up here. Look at our lawmakers who don't have the courage to implement sensible gun control measures. Look to a Supreme Court that enables them, and do something about it. So that is the lesson. Let's mourn the people who have died. Let's decry what has happened, but let's keep the focus where it belongs. It belongs on us and having to change something so that we don't have to suffer through this.
Attorney, you're known for coming to the scene of homicides. What's it like when you come to the scene of something like this on a college campus, just the age of the people involved?
My wife works on this campus. She was locked down today. I know what it feels like. But no matter whether it's on Bagnell Road at 1 o'clock in the morning or in Constant Hall, if somebody's dead, that person's somebody's baby. And that's why all of us are in law enforcement and why we do the work that we do. But we always suffer. We always suffer.
Thank you, everybody.
You just heard passionate words there from Norfolk's Commonwealth Attorney Ramin Fadahi, who says that his wife works there at ODU, speaking on the importance, in his opinion, of gun control measures. A few things that we learned in that press conference, a lot of it coming from ODU Police Chief Garrett Shelton. Then we now know that one of the victims has died, that there are 2 others who are hurt. He said that they are in stable condition. Now, we understand that that means that their condition right now seems to be stabilized. However, we know one of them is in critical condition, but it's been stabilized. We don't know necessarily the condition of the other victim who we just learned about, this third victim who apparently drove themselves to a hospital in Virginia Beach. You heard one of the reporters ask the question if that could potentially speak to their condition, that they were able to drive to Virginia Beach in order to get care. A few other things that we learned there, they gave a timeline for us for the first time that we're hearing within all of this, that at some point there around 10:43, they received 911 calls about a shooter inside of Constant Hall. That is where all of this has taken place. The School of Business housed in there. We heard from a student that she was preparing for a midterm today when all of this broke out. They get that call, that 911 call, that people are being shot in the classroom. Minutes later, 10:47, a police officer or law enforcement official enters into the room where apparently this classroom where the shooting was taking place. And they learn that the suspect there was deceased. Now, it was asked whether or not, how the suspect died. That was not clarified. They say that they have yet to really do their investigation within all of this. But we don't know how that went about at this point in time. We don't know if the gunman died of a self-inflicted gunshot. We don't know if there was any kind of exchange, although I do believe that someone did ask if one of his people fired, but I couldn't remember offhand I don't think he gave a clear answer that they had an answer at that point. I have Janet Roach with me right here, just comparing notes.
That was the question mark
Yeah.
that I had, was how.
How did that person die?
Self-inflicted? Was there someone else in the classroom who may have been armed that, shot him in defense of everyone? Or did the police officer who got to the scene first at 10:47, was he the one? So that is still a question mark out there. But he said that they have not even gone into, but about 30 minutes ago, I think they said
that they were able to finally,
get to the scene to investigate the actual crime scene.
So, again, a lot of questions still remain as their investigation now is underway. And I was sitting there writing some other questions to myself here, Janet. When they're talking about it's way too early at this point to understand even a motive, which was one of the questions. And you sit there and you think to yourself, we've seen these scenarios where these gunmen, these shooters, they do die in some way within whatever circumstance it is that led to this person's death. And the investigation then goes, why did they do this? And that's going to be a part of this. And you imagine they're going to search everything they can about this individual, their online presence, social media presence, where they lived, people that they know. We've seen in other scenarios where people live some form of manifesto or writing. We don't know any of that yet of any of this, but certainly that's going to be a big question to be answered here is why did this individual do this? Does the person know the other individuals who now, we know 2 have been injured and 1 person has died. We do know as well through that press conference that the victims are connected to Old Dominion University. They did not specify whether or not they were students. They did not say whether they were faculty or staff, but that they are connected to the university. You also heard a question to give you a bit of context in there. Someone asked about were they members of RLTC. We had heard from a student earlier in this stream that was talking to one of our reporters saying that is what they had heard. I mean, this is maybe more than 2 hours ago that they were hearing that the individuals involved may have been connected to RLTC there on campus, but that has not been confirmed. If you saw the response by Chief Shelton, he said he's not even going to speculate with that right now. That has not yet been confirmed at this point. Janet, you had something you wanted to say?
They also mentioned that they're still working to ID the suspect.
Yeah.
So, we're probably, they mentioned being in the very early stages of this investigation, putting out that tip line, wanting people to send in any tips or any information that they may have. So it may take a while before we determine a motive. And Chief Shelton, kind of having a little bit of an emotional moment, talking about we do everything we can to protect the students. And he said he has a college student himself, 3 hours and 11 minutes away. And so he treats every single student there on that campus like they are his kids. So the university saying things to try to reassure parents as much as they can. There was the question about metal detectors, and that wasn't really something that was explored at this point. But you heard President Hemphill talk about how this is a tragic day and that people in the ODU community will be forever impacted, and that they were going to do all they can to make sure that they have the right support services for the students and the entire ODU community.
Yeah, and we know that we heard from Dr. Hemphill saying, yes, that those classes are closed today and they will be closed tomorrow. So you can expect that you're not going to have a lot of activity, if any, there on the main campus of Old Dominion University as they go about figuring out what transpired today, and just to let people get the resources, to Janet's point, that they need. Another thing, Janet, I want to bring up is something that was said, but we saw it. The coordination between the various law enforcement departments. We just saw campus police, city police. We know that state law enforcement officials were involved in this from our governor, and federal. FBI was there. The tip line that you said, that is actually a tip line that the chief there with ODU said is being offered to them through the FBI, letting them use their tip line for this as well. And you could just see, and you heard it there from, I believe it was
Ramin.
Maybe Ramin who said it.
Yes.
Is that this is
not the first
this
time.
is not the first time we get together.
Right.
This is we get together, we work on things so that when stuff like this happens, the line of communication's already open.
Right.
All of that matters when you're talking about a situation like this.
And all of it matters when you have parents and when you have students and you have the community at large who want to feel safe and want to feel like everything is being done to get to the bottom of this and looking at how do we keep this from happening again. So, and the president mentioned that in the days and hours that they would be providing support services, but also they will be looking at policy, I'm sure, and evaluating how things transpired. Talbot also mentioning that nothing else to fear, that they didn't learn anything that makes them think that there is still a threat.
Yeah.
So that provides some relief within itself. 25,000 students.
Yes.
Yes, so you had 25,000 families who were wondering today about their loved one.
And that's just the students. That's not the faculty members, the staff. Like, again, the wife of the Commonwealth's attorney there, Ramin Fadahi, who also was very passionate in his response.
Yeah.
And where he says a lot of the concern and attention should be placed as well when it comes to the manner in which guns are accessed. Now, again, I think it's very important in this moment. There's so much we don't know. We do not know about the individual who did all of this. We're going to learn, and I'm sure that's going to be a big portion of the conversation.
Right.
And depending on what we learn, I'm sure the convo about gun control, all of that will be sparked again with this. There's just not a lot that we know about what led up to this person doing it, who they are, if
How
they
they
can
got the
legally
gun.
own a gun, how they
Right.
got it, what type of gun. We don't know any of that as of now. But you know what? We had Derek Lytle, who was, I believe, inside of that press conference. And Derek, I got to tell you, one of the questions you asked, I think, got for us one of the more powerful responses from ODU's police chief. I thought it was a really good one and a very thoughtful response that he gave. What did you kind of glean from what you just heard there a few moments ago?
Yeah, Eugene, I'll tell you this, that question I asked the chief of police for ODU is that cynical world we live in. How do you look a kid in the face, let alone a parent that's dropping their kid off maybe even 1,000 miles away from where they live, and say, you're going to be safe when you attend school here? And he got a little teary-eyed with me, and I did as well in that back and forth conversation of, look, he said he has a kid about 3 hours away from here, 3 hours too long, too far away, he called it, and he almost broke down. It was a very powerful moment of, this thing happens across America. How do we tell our students they're safe? And I think that's going to be a overwhelming conversation in the next few weeks. As they told us in that room that someone has lost their life at the hospital, you could kind of feel that sense of despair and sadness kind of take over all of us. Even Ramin coming out and saying his powerful statement at the end of the meeting, addressing that same question that I had asked, saying, we need to do something about guns in Virginia, and that's what he was calling out lawmakers. That he made his one final statement there. He didn't choose to comment after the police chiefs had gotten done talking, but the biggest takeaway from that presser was that chief of police here at ODU looking me in the eyes and saying, we need to, almost a sense of, we need to make sure kids are safe, but how do we do that when things like this continue to happen, guys? It was quite the statement. I was kind of blown away by it, to a lack of better terms for it.
Yeah, it was certainly a powerful statement that he gave, and particularly given the circumstances, giving us a rare look inside of the minds and emotions of the people who swear to protect and serve us. And, as you said, Derek, he said he considers all of those students as his own, as he is the parent of a college student. And you can't overstate that enough for a lot of these individuals who are putting themselves. I think about that initial law enforcement officer who went into that building at Constant Hall, knowing that on the other side of that door there could be a situation that would jeopardize their own lives and them answering the call to respond anyway. All of that matters in a situation like this. Derek, we appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for your work today and for all of our reporters and photojournalists and people who have taken time on a very emotional day and speaking with us. Again, we have now learned that one of those victims has died. That there were 3 victims that we know of to this point. 2 of them are now being treated in hospitals. 1 of them is in critical condition. However, both of the remaining victims are stable in their conditions. The gunman who was behind all of this is dead, and we know school will be closed today and tomorrow on the campus of Old Dominion University as they try to sort through and start this investigation, figure out who did this, why they did this, and how they can prevent it from happening again. Thank you so much for sticking with us here on our coverage on 13 News Now Plus. We appreciate it as we've been on the stream and on air for the last several hours. And so please stick with us. We're going to continue to get all the updates we can through every platform here at 13 News Now. You can count on us to get you the information that you need. On behalf of myself, Eugene Daniel, producer Sarah Calloway, and anchor Janet Roach, thank you so much. Stick with us. Okay, everybody, thank you for staying with us here. If you're still with us on the stream here on 13 News Now Plus, we're not on our linear air, but we are going to continue our coverage here via streaming. Before we get to the latest information that we just learned from the active shooter situation on Old Dominion University's campus, I want to take you back out to Michigan. Remember, as we've been reporting this simultaneously, Michigan officials there are giving now actually new information. Let's take this live. We have what we know now. A suspect is dead after a shooting and vehicle ramming incident at a synagogue outside of Detroit. This appears to be law enforcement there, the sheriff answering questions. Let's listen to what they say, and I'll tell you what I know on the outside of it. Okay, it appears that our feed maybe doesn't have audio at the moment. Again, here's what I know right now. We told you about this as we were in the mix of reporting the breaking news at Old Dominion University, that at some point this afternoon that there were reports of a active shooter situation at a synagogue in West Bloomfield, Michigan. That's right outside of Detroit. We now know that that has been described from the FBI director, Kash Patel, as a shooting and vehicle ramming incident at a synagogue there. The suspect is believed to have had a rifle, and that person died after a shootout with security there. This is according to a federal law enforcement official who was briefed on the investigation and spoke to ABC News. All right. As of this moment, from what we have reported, that is being reported, I'm not seeing any injuries. In fact, that is what is being said from the Oakland County Sheriff, that no injuries have been confirmed. Obviously, we just saw there that police and sheriff's deputies, I assume the police chief and the sheriff there, were speaking to reporters. And as soon as we can get audio of that information, or as soon as that new information that they just shared comes out, we'll make sure to share it with you. But at the last update that I have access to at this moment, which is just about 10 minutes ago, there were no injuries that were confirmed out of that. That information could change now that they are speaking with the press and giving some updates there. The information that is coming off preliminarily at this point from ABC News is that this individual intentionally rammed their vehicle into that synagogue. I know earlier when we were using a aerial shot of the temple, you could see an area where there was smoke coming out. We don't know if that is involved at all with this, but that was something that I did note earlier. And so, again, yes, so I'm looking at this right now. So the driver was seen steering around security blocks and caused a fire when colliding the car into the building's front doors. That's according to sources who were there on the scene. Again, that is simultaneously happening, being investigated. A lot of law enforcement there, as we too here in Norfolk are dealing with our own tragic active shooter situation on the campus of Old Dominion University. Like I said, as soon as we're able to get that audio for you or get the information from those two law enforcement officials, we will provide an update for you for those of you who are really engaged and wanting to know about that, which again is another situation of an attack or violence at a Jewish place of worship. Again, I spoke earlier about that, about the rise we've seen and has been reported of anti-Semitic language, violence. This appears to be another situation where the safety of our Jewish community has been threatened in one of our areas, this one happening to be in the Detroit area. But let's get back to what's happening here in Norfolk. Just moments ago, we heard from law enforcement officials from Old Dominion University, Norfolk Police, and we know that federal officials, the FBI, were in the room as well when they notified the public that one person has died, a victim has died and 2 others are hurt after a gunman opened fire inside of a classroom and in a building on campus earlier this morning. The gunman is now dead. We're showing you footage that was given to us from a viewer that shows the moment that students were running out of this particular facility there off the corner of 49th and Hampton Boulevard. That school facility in question, we've been talking about it all morning, Constant Hall, which is where the School of Business is housed. It is a larger school facility room where there are at least 19 classrooms and multiple lecture halls inside of that facility. We know today from the Chief of Police for Old Dominion University that the gunman opened fire. They got reports of a gunman opened fire inside of a classroom just around 10:43 this morning. A lot of things we still do not know at this time. We know that the school is going to be closed for classes for the rest of today and for tomorrow. We know that counseling services are being made available both via access online, 24/7 hotlines, and then also there on campus near the Chartway Arena, as they are going to be providing care for all of those who are affected, whether they were inside of that room or if they happened to be connected just at all to the campus of Old Dominion University. We know that the threat, according to police, is no longer, that the all clear was given about an hour or so after the initial calls went out. We also are waiting for the investigation really to get underway, as we heard from the chief of police there from ODU saying that they had just been able really to get into that facility and start looking at things about 30 minutes prior to that press conference, which took place at 2 o'clock. So they are very early in this investigation. We do not know, and neither do police, the identity of the gunman. We do not know a motive. We do not know what kind of weapon that person used. We do not know their affiliation with the university or if they knew the victims or anyone within that classroom. We do not know the identities of the victims at this point, and particularly for the person who has died. Certainly next of kin is going to need to be notified before anyone in the public is notified by police or hospital officials. We just know that there is still one of those victims at Centera Norfolk General Hospital who is in critical condition but stable, and another individual who drove themselves to a hospital in Virginia Beach, and also their condition has been stable, although we don't know the nature or level of their condition, if that makes sense, at the moment. So a lot of questions still to be answered. Trying to think of things I have not said. Those victims are connected to the university. We do know that from police. We just don't know how yet. So keeping that in mind, that we are expected to learn more as time goes on. We've heard from a lot of elected officials, state leaders, federal leaders. I know we have queued up here from earlier today from Governor Spanberger, who said that she was closely monitoring it and speaking with university leadership. We have heard from FBI Director Kash Patel as well. He was directly in communications with the personnel here at Old Dominion University. Again, we know that the FBI is there. We know the ATF was there on campus. We know the FBI is opening up its hotline for the other local agencies to utilize in case you have any tips, anything you know about the individuals who are directly involved with this situation. We've heard from elected leaders, former elected leaders, deeply connected to the community about this particular tragedy at this point. A lot of people are giving their thoughts and prayers to these students. That's Elaine Loria. We heard from Congresswoman Jen Kiggins as well, who spoke to this, who said that she is praying and congratulating and thanking the first responders for their swift response. All in all of this happened within minutes before law enforcement were able to get there and secure that scene. Students have praised law enforcement who were in that room that we've talked to, or in that building, I should say, who we talked to, local law enforcement, school officials, they're all praising the work and the speed of response by the law enforcement here today. So we're going to be waiting and hoping to get a lot more information about what took place today. We're still scouring for responses and information that is coming from our elected officials and from anyone else who could potentially get some insight into what happened. And as soon as that happens, of course, we're here on the stream in which we've been going live from this situation probably since around shortly after it was reported. 10:49 is, I think, when the initial alert that we received went out. This happened around 10:43, and we've been on the air strictly on this since about 11:05. So a lot that we've had to touch on. So we're going to do this at this point. We're going to have much more, obviously, coming there from ODU. But one of the things on the tail end of being there on Hampton Boulevard, which was closed off, that massive police and law enforcement response, not only are they out there trying to manage the circumstances, but then it starts raining, right? And that weather came into the play as well, and they were still out there doing their jobs, getting wet in that. I'm going to bring in meteorologist Evan Stewart right now, because Evan, before all of this took place, the big story of the day was our forecast. I mean,
Right.
In a weather impact alert today, not because of rain, but because we went from 80 something degrees yesterday to an expected 50 temperature drop today. If I'm not mistaken, at some point it's supposed to hit the 30s, and now we have the rain. So bring us up to speed on what we're seeing with our forecast.
Yeah, and it's not just the rain. We also have some snow that's already falling and a wintry mix across parts of Hampton Roads. Have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for parts of Dare County. So a lot going on weather-wise this afternoon as well. This is a look at live radar, and I'll put it in motion here over the last 3 hours. And a couple things that I want to point out. You can see that line that moves south right there. That was the actual cold front as it moved through, and we had some pretty heavy rain and some gusty winds really start to kick in as this system moved into Hampton Roads. Before all of this news broke, I was out this morning, shot a vertical video. The plan was talk about how warm it was, and then I was going to shoot another part an hour later when the front moved through. And it has been a very substantial temperature drop. I know you've been in here, but our crews that were out in the field covering this story at ODU, they were out there when it was warm and when that front moved through. And now again, we are seeing that wintry mix in spots off towards the north. So let's talk about this flashing box down here first. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, and just south of it, down towards New Bern, there is a tornado warning. So that's just outside of our viewing area. But when you have such a potent system, high temperature yesterday, 88 degrees, and we have this strong front moving in, you can get severe weather with this front. And again, this is just a little bit towards our south, down towards New Bern. And it's not a well-organized, what I would say a tornado signature, but we have that squall line of thunderstorms moving through. Again, this is just south of our area in New Bern. There could be a spin-up tornado along that line, but that line extends northward into our viewing area. So it does cover, this line, parts of Hyde County, Dare County, Terrell County, and Washington County. And so this line is just now approaching parts of Terrell County and Columbia, and approaching the Alligator River and Dare County. So we do have this severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect until 3:15. So that's in effect for another 25 minutes, and this will likely be extended. The threat primarily is with gusty winds, maximum sustained winds of 70 miles per hour with this line, and it is moving to the east at 40. So I'll be able to track that and kind of give you an idea of what we're expecting and when we're expecting that leading edge to move eastward and impact parts of Hampton Roads. So that would bring it towards Alligator around 3 o'clock, Gum Neck around 3:02, Lake Neighborhood 3:17. That's as we're getting here closer to the Pamlico Sound, Collington 3:31, Manio 3:37, and Nags Head 3:41. So I do expect that we will likely see this severe thunderstorm warning extended past 3:15 for parts of Dare County. And this will be mainly south of Kill Devil Hills. As we move north of there, we've seen the front move through and we've seen those temperatures drop. And we are seeing some wintry mix and some snow in northern areas. As a matter of fact, zooming in up here around Williamsburg and Wakefield, you can see there's already radar indications that we have seen that changeover. And I did get a text about 15 minutes ago from a friend up in Gloucester County saying that he's seeing a wintry mix there as well. So we have seen that cold air move in and we have seen that mix change over. And as I take a look at a couple other sources here on my phone, I'm not getting that information in here just yet, but we should be able to see if there have been any other reports of that mixed precipitation. We can take a look at temperatures out there right now, and you can see, we're down into the 30s. It's 39 in Newport News right now and 35 in West Point. We've got 44 in Norfolk, 47 in Elizabeth City, and 52 in Manio. So the cold front has moved through. And as we talk about wind chills, we've got some wind chills that will eventually be down into the low 30s as well. And let's see, here are some reports of some snow up around Surrey County. So we are getting snow reports coming in from there. Up around Croker, we're getting reports of snow, and even up around Yorktown. Again, my friend is on the other side there of Gloucester County. So we are seeing some of that mix right now in areas off towards the north. Got some mixed precipitation up here through up around Gwynn Island and over towards Matthews. So we are seeing that mix. Now with the ground being so warm, of course, from the temperatures yesterday, up into the upper 80s, it's not sticking in, and we're not expecting any kind of issues with that, but we are seeing that mix come in. And let's see any,
you keep doing your thing, Evan. I'm actually looking on our 511 Virginia map for VDOT, and I see some cameras that show us some of that mix too. So I'm going to pull that up in a bit on Scan PC. I'll let you know when I have it. But I am seeing some things in the areas that you're talking about that do appear to be a mix.
Yeah, so certainly, the traffic cameras are always good with that. Down towards Williamston in North Carolina, several tree limbs reported down with the front came through, so non-thunderstorm gusts, but it was actually with the front and not getting any kind of snow reports. Here's an inch back west, west of Hampton Road, just south of Lynchburg, where the precipitation has come to an end. So again, we're not expecting any kind of significant accumulations, but if you get a heavier burst coming down, we could certainly see that. Another good camera to check if you want to is Yorktown. They have a camera there. So if you search Yorktown webcam, you'll be able to pull up the Riverwalk camera there and be able to see a live view from Yorktown. So that's another camera that we can pull up and check. I don't have access to some of our cameras here on this computer, but I do have those over in the weather office and stuff. So the other big story, of course, that temperature drop and the 24-hour temperature change. Let me pull up that map because, again, it was so warm yesterday. And we've seen those temperatures come down so much here across Hampton Roads. So let's see, here we go. Trying to find that map here on this.
Well, while you do that, here, I have pulled up, this is I-64 just north, I think, of Williamsburg, and you can see there for our viewers, there it is. So there's that mix. And I tell you what, Evan, it is so spectacular. I know people have said, it's a cold front, it comes in, it's March, Do you understand yesterday was basically a beach day? I mean, it was 80-some degrees just yesterday, and today in our region we are seeing snowflakes.
Yeah, I've got that 24-hour temperature change map now. 52 degrees colder in Wakefield. So we were talking about those temperature drops. Right now it's a 44-degree temperature drop, and that puts us close to one of the top 5 24-hour temperature drops that we've seen here in Hampton Roads. So going back through our temperature records go back into the 1800s, this is one of the most significant temperature drops that we've seen with this front moving through. So the big, then the question is, well, what is happening after all of this? The good news is temperatures are going to rebound quite a bit. As a matter of fact, as we get into the afternoon tomorrow, we will see some warmer temperatures. But I want to walk you through Futurecast here, kind of take you through what we expect through the remainder of the evening. And coming up here at around 7 o'clock, just about all the precipitation is going to be gone. So that is the good news. And again, we're not expecting much, but as we go through the overnight, these temperatures, we could see temperatures down into the 20s in inland spots. These are areas that were 88 degrees, pushing 90 degrees yesterday. So, and this is just temperatures, not even counting the wind chills. So again, some very significant temperature drops as we head into tomorrow morning. Even Norfolk International down to 33 degrees. Now the good news is as we go through the day, south and southwest winds pick up, and we'll be back up into the 50s to near 60 degrees. So we do have a warm up coming up on Friday. Friday night we'll be in the 50s as we get into Saturday, starting out in the 40s, and a nice afternoon we should be up into the low 60s. So we do have a nice warm up coming up as we get into the weekend, and I can sort of give you the full look at that weekend forecast here again tomorrow. Saturday 61, 67 on Sunday, and showers late, and something here just brand new that we're breaking here, that we have issued a weather impact alert for Monday as well, because because we are looking at another very strong front that is going to move through here, and that front will bring with it another significant temperature drop into St. Patrick's Day on Monday. Now again, we're going from this, not as dramatic as this front, but we're going from 70s to 50s, and we're already outlook for the possibility of some severe thunderstorms coming up Monday afternoon. So based on that information, Tim and I decided that we needed to issue a weather impact alert for Monday. And this time we are looking at the potential for some stronger thunderstorms. So a lot going on weather-wise today out there.
Yeah, certainly. My grandma would say this is the type of weather that gets you sick, right? When it's too warm and then it gets too cold. I can't remember too many transitions quite like this. We've had days where it's been, more pleasant and warmer, and then the next it's cold. But a 50-degree drop from day to day is remarkable. I mean, absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, that is pretty substantial, and I do have in here, let's see, here's the largest 24-hour temperature drops. Again, a 50...
Great fact, Evan.
Yeah.
Great find.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this.
So, January of 2014, we had a 51-degree temperature drop, and you can see even down there at 1994, 45. So we'll see, in the exact 24-hour time frame, but one of the top 5 largest temperature drops since we've been keeping records since the 1800s.
I was thinking about this earlier today, Evan, so you have read my mind and probably the minds of a lot of people. We appreciate you for coming in at this point. Again, thank you for all of you who have stuck with us here on Live Impact News for the last several hours as we talked about breaking news here at ODU with one person dead, 2 others hurt, the gunman also dead of an active shooter situation there on campus. For the situation that is still unfolding in Michigan with a shooter there now dead after what appears to be an attack on a synagogue. And of course, us breaking down this weather impact alert day with our weather here in Hampton Roads. All right, I think we're going to take a quick break here for Live Impact News. But again, thank you so much for sticking with us here on this stream.